Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia, and I'm the Programs Manager at NAMI California, and welcome to our Youth Mental Health Conference for 2022. As some of you are trickling in, if any of you have any friends who want to join us as well, just make sure that they follow the SurveyMonkey link on the thank you page, click that link and register through Zoom. It'll just be a name and email address to get them officially in. Alrighty, and I also wanted to give a special thank you to our sponsor, Blue Shield, for sponsoring this Youth Mental Health Conference, as well as our past ones. So again, welcome everybody to the NAMI California Youth Mental Health Conference. I will be giving the formal welcome. So we have a great lineup of speakers today from across California to share their experience and knowledge on supporting youth mental health. Following our theme of developing tools for a stronger tomorrow, all of the sessions today will shed some light on some new skills or tools for your own mental health or to support others in your communities through self-care tips, recognizing when you need support and advocating for others. For those of you who are unfamiliar with our organization, NAMI California is a grassroots organization of families and individuals whose lives have been affected by serious mental health conditions. We advocate for the lives and quality of respect and without discrimination and stigma for all our constituents. We provide leadership in advocacy, legislation, policy development, education, and support throughout California. Part of NAMI California's work is to strengthen young mental health advocates like some of the individuals presenting at this conference, as well as those young folk in attendance today. Whether you're someone who identifies as living with a mental health condition or supporting a friend or loved one, we are all here to learn about how to better our communities to destigmatize mental health and develop stronger supports. Over the past several years, NAMI California has worked to improve youth mental health education through advocacy programs like NAMI on Campus High School, or NCHS, our recent Youth Advisory Committee, and bringing in high school and college students as interns. I actually started out here at NAMI California volunteering and then becoming an intern, and then later earned a spot here on staff to work on the NAMI on Campus High School program, and it's been one of the most valuable experiences I could have asked for. I was able to see how many strong high school advocates are growing through NCHS program and making a difference in their communities. NCHS clubs receive materials to get them started, but these students expand on them and make them even more impactful and amazing. Over the past year, we've grown the numbers of our NCHS clubs across the state to over 90 clubs and have even expanded into new counties through the help of our local NAMI affiliates and our partners like Blue Shield. COVID-19 restrictions affected many aspects of lives, especially those in school. Some NCHS clubs had to stop meeting, but some found new ways of communicating, and some clubs were created because of the effects the pandemic had on student mental health. Many of the clubs reported they closed down due to COVID have become active again and are beginning to regain some of the momentum they had prior to the campus closures. These young students' resiliency inspires me to do the work that I do, supporting our youth programs as well as our other programs. With the help from our Youth Advisory Committee, we hope to utilize these bright minds to improve our youth work even further. They helped give us ideas for this conference and will be assisting with any future programs, any future projects, like improving the NCHS program and providing insight into what youth want to hear from NAMI California events and what they feel most beneficial for them to support mental health or advocate for mental health. And then hopefully next year, we see some of the young participants here apply to that committee. There's so much to look forward to in the years ahead, and we can't wait for everyone to join us on this movement to open up the conversation about mental health and create a world where we can all have proper mental health support from youth through adulthood. That's my welcome speech. And here is our agenda for today. We are going to have our keynote speaker, Francesca, start up just in a little bit. We then have Monica Nepomuceno from CDE. Her title has changed of her presentation, but she'll be talking about California resources for youth. We'll then have our youth panel made up of our NAMI California Youth Advisory Committee. So you get to see a few of the great people that we have on our committee, as well as a few members of the NAMI Contra Costa team. Then we'll have a 30-minute lunch break for you to do anything, get some food, take a break, take a walk, and then we'll come back for our second panel of NAMI California affiliates. Then we're going to move into our workshops with Angela Sullivan and Lisa Garcia from Recovery International. And then our final workshop with Nikki Durin, who's the former CEO and founder of Green Ribbon Club. And then we'll have our closing. So we have about 6 hours together, and I'm super excited to get this officially started. But before we continue, just a couple of things. Today's event is going to be recorded and will be accessible later next week once we get all of the recordings put together and edited. All attendees will be in listening mode, but you are able to chat in the chat box and ask any questions in the Q&A. If there are any questions, we'll have our tech producers in the background making sure to monitor those questions so that we can get through as many as we can. And then we also like to go through community agreements. We ask that you be curious, open, and respectful. We learn from each other. We share the space. We speak from our own experiences, accept and be sensitive to diversity. The learning leaves with you, but the names must stay. We take care of ourselves and reserve the right to change your mind. So if at any point during this conference you need to log off for a second to take care of your own mental health, just because some of the subjects today may be activating, please feel free to do that and contact either loved one or a warm line if you need it. All right, so before we officially jump into our keynote speaker, we just want to get a feel for who is in the room today. If you go onto your phone or any other web browser, you type in www.menti.com, you'll be navigated to Mentimeter. You'll put in the code that's at the top of the screen, 21964499, and you'll be able to participate in our polls. So first thing we want to know, where are all of you from? We're excited to see who's represented at this conference today. Los Gatos High School, that's one of our if that's from one of our NCHS clubs. Sacramento, Riverside, Los Angeles, Santa Rosa, San Diego, NAMI Temecula, Hacienda Heights. Oh, and I see that some of you are commenting in the chat box that you're from Contra Costa. Awesome. And we will be having a few more Menti questions throughout this conference. So if you want to just keep that tab open, or just continue to follow the instructions each time, that's up to you. Oh, we have people from NAMI Coachella Valley. Awesome, awesome. Sacramento, San Jose. This is great. Got some representation throughout California. Awesome. And then we're going to move on to our next question, just for the sake of time. Whoops. There it goes. So this is a youth mental health conference, but as we all know, it takes a village. So we're curious to see who is here today. How many young advocates do we have from high school through the TAE, college age? Awesome. We're seeing a good range of different age groups. It's awesome. Awesome. San Diego. We have another person who put in the chat box that they're from San Diego. Awesome. Great. I'm loving to see how many youth are here. Alrighty. And then again, yeah, feel free to participate, to continue to answer these questions as we move on. Some more will pop up afterwards. Alrighty. So we're going to start just a little bit early on our keynote speaker. I'm super excited. I've heard her story and it's so inspiring, and I'm just going to get into her bio. So Francesca Reicherter has a master's degree in information systems and operation management from the University of Florida, and is currently working on her Master of Arts in Psychology and is a student at Pepperdine University. Francesca is the founder and the president of Inspiring My Generation, which is a 501c3 in support of mental health awareness and suicide prevention. In 2021, Francesca published You Are Not Alone, the workbook, as a guide to help build coping toolbox. In May 2022, Francesca will publish I Am, an interactive workbook to help people help build the tools needed to advocate for their mental health. Francesca hosts Normalize the Conversation, a podcast series amplifying the voices of mental health professionals, advocates, and any individual interested in sharing their story. Francesca will also share with you her journey on recovery and resilience. And I will just go ahead and let Francesca take it away.
Hi, it's not allowing me to share my presentation.
Just give me one moment. Let me see if I can fix that for you. Sorry about that.
You're good.
Alrighty.
Cry me a river, then build a bridge and get over it. Big girls don't cry. Stop acting like a baby. You're being so dramatic. Stop looking for attention. What do all these phrases have in common? I know for me, these were the phrases that I was told when I was crying, when I was stressed, overwhelmed, frustrated, didn't know how to cope, when I was expressing emotions that were deemed weak or vulnerable. I realized at a young age, I was taught to suppress my emotions. I was taught that crying wasn't okay, that you shouldn't cry because you want to be perceived as tough. Yet I felt so invalidated when I was falling apart, when I was crying, when I couldn't hold it all in. And that invalidation led to me internalizing it. So stop acting like a baby meant that I was just a baby. Stop being dramatic meant that I was dramatic, which wasn't good, which meant I wasn't good. So I wasn't good enough. We oftentimes invalidate the emotions because we're trying to help kids build a tougher skin. We want them to be resilient, to be strong, to be perceived as strong. And yet I felt like I wasn't seen. I felt like I wasn't good enough for crying, for falling apart. We assume that kids are so resilient, build this resiliency by telling them to suppress their emotions. But if kids are so resilient, why are so many adults in therapy? Think about it. Why are so many adults in therapy? We're going to talk about resiliency today. Resiliency is how fast we bounce back after experiencing hardships or difficulties, how fast we get back up and we try again. One of my favorite ways to describe resiliency is using a tree branch. I want you to take a minute and close your eyes. Picture a forest full of trees. It's summertime, and the branches are covered in leaves, in these beautiful green leaves. The sun is shining, there's some rain, but the leaves are really just taking in all the sunshine. Then fall comes, and it starts to have a little bit of wind. The sun isn't shining as much. It's raining a little bit more. The leaves are changing their colors, and now they're falling off the branches. Winter comes along, and we have some snowstorms coming through. The branches are bare. The only thing you see on the branches is some snow. Then spring comes along, have a little bit more rain, a little more sunshine, and the leaves start blooming again. And then it's summer, and the branches are covered in leaves. How did the tree branch bounce back? Why was it able to bounce back? How does it go through this cycle? The foundation, the roots built into the soil, help keep that tree sturdy. The water, the sunshine, all these different pieces are tools that the tree is using to stay steady and to build. But without that foundation, would the tree be able to stand and withstand through it all? Let's look at some other examples. Picture a flower. You went and you bought a flower at a store. We fill a pot with soil, we put the flower in, we water the plants, and we watch them bloom. What if we didn't put the plant in the soil? And what if we didn't water them? What if there was no foundation and no tools? Would we still see the flower bloom? What if we did plant the flower, but we didn't water it? Would we still see it bloom? Let's take a car, for example. I don't know about you, but I am constantly taking my car to get gas and then to oil changes, tire rotations. It constantly needs more tools and support. It has a great foundation. It always gets me from point A to point B, but it has tools that help it along the way. If we didn't take our car for gas, would it be able to get us from point A to point B? The car needs the tools. How about coffee? How many of you drink coffee every day? I'm on my third cup of the day. I can tell you, if I don't change the water filter and give the coffee machine clean water, I'm not going to get fresh coffee. What do all of these things have in common? They all start with a foundation, but they need tools to continue working, just like us. Let's talk about resiliency on a bike. Do you remember the day you learned to ride a bike? I do. I remember at first I started with training wheels. There were 3 wheels on the back, holding me steady, keeping me balanced. And then one day, my parents decided that we were ready to take off the training wheels, but they were going to hold on. They were going to hold on to me and keep me balanced. And then one day, they let go. And I fell. And then I got back up and I tried again. And I fell. And I tried again and again and again. A prime example of resiliency is a child. But does that resiliency last forever? Innately, we are resilient, right? We get back up and we try. We get through the first time we scrape our knees. We get through the first time we fail a test, or through parents' divorce, or through the loss of a loved ones. We get through them until we don't, until we no longer have the energy and the strength within us. But with the right tools, we're able to continue to build that energy, build that strength, and build that resiliency. So how can we build resiliency within ourselves? I'm going to share my story. But before I do, if at any point you need support, whether it's today, tomorrow, sometime you need support, please know that there are so many resources out there. There's a teen line. You can text teen to 839-863 or call 800-852-8336. The Trans Lifeline, you can call 877-565-8860. For the Trevor Project, you can call 866-488-7386. For the Suicide Prevention Lifeline, you can call 1-800-273-8255. And for the Cal Hope Warm Line, you can call 833-317-HOPE or live chat at calhope.org. So I'm going to tell you my story in 4 parts. Part 1. When I was 5 years old, I decided I wanted to be a competitive cheerleader. I was in the gymnastics gym, and on the other side of the gym, there was this girl doing a tumbling pass, and she was a cheerleader. I watched in awe, and I said, I want to be just like her. I was so excited for my first competition, my first time putting on my cheer uniform. And back then, they had us young kids in those tiny uniforms where our stomachs were showing. Someone very close to me had looked at me and made a joke. They said that I looked fat in my uniform. They weren't trying to hurt me. They weren't trying to say it in a malicious way. But at 5 years old, I internalized it into, I didn't look the part of a cheerleader. I wasn't good enough to be a cheerleader. I wasn't good enough. Something was wrong with me. And it broke my heart. I was so excited to be a cheerleader, put on my cheer uniform, and then that was my first experience in a cheer uniform. I became so ashamed of myself and so afraid of just never being good enough. I remember in 1st grade, that fear was really developing. One time, my teacher allowed me and my best friend to sit next to each other for an entire week. We got to move our desk together. And while the teacher was talking, we were talking. So we got put on yellow, which meant we would lose 5 minutes of recess. Now that might not seem like a big deal, but for me, that was a reminder that I wasn't good enough, that I was wrong. And I sat the entire 5 minutes on the floor crying. And my teacher tried to talk to me, and I couldn't calm down. So she took out a piece of paper, she folded it up into 8 squares and handed it to me. And she said, "Why don't you write a story?" Now at 6 years old, my vocabulary was very limited. So I wrote a story about me and a dog going for a walk. And after that, whenever I finished my schoolwork early, whenever I was really tired or frustrated or overwhelmed, my teacher would hand me a piece of paper, fold it up, and I would write a story. In 2nd grade, I was really struggling because that's the year everyone's losing their teeth. Not me. My teeth did not want to fall out, so I had 2 rows of teeth, and people called me shark tooth, can opener, saber tooth, any name in the book. And I was so ashamed and embarrassed that other kids could lose their teeth and mine weren't coming out. I would have to go to the dentist and get them pulled out. Again, this fear of not being good enough. Suddenly, I'm not even good enough to lose my teeth by myself. I cried a lot. And my teacher again pulled me aside. And she tried to talk to me, but I really couldn't calm down. So she encouraged me to read. That year, I read 17 books and did 17 book reports. Every time I was upset, she would just hand me a new book to read or a new report to do. And I loved to do it. And it kept me calm because for that moment, when I opened that book, I escaped everything that was happening outside and was just focused in on that story. In 4th grade, I started to really, really love school, specifically math class. Learning the multiplication table, loved it, favorite thing. However, most kids didn't think that was cool. So I got teased a lot for being so excited, so eager to learn, answering every single question. And with being teased, I started to feel really discouraged. I almost didn't want to try anymore in school and in math. And my teacher pulled me aside and she encouraged me. She gave me more math worksheets because she saw how my face lit up when I was doing math and I was getting these problems right. These teachers gave me so many tools. All the information I needed was there, right? In first grade, my teacher taught me that I liked writing. In second grade, my teacher taught me that I loved reading. Fourth grade, my teacher taught me that I loved to do math. But what was missing? The connection. No one ever sat down with me and said, when you're feeling upset, tired, angry, frustrated, these are things you can do. Things that make you feel strong, that make you feel happy, where you kind of drown out everything else that's happening and you're just grounded and focused on the present. These are things you can do to help you. Without that lack of connection, I never realized that those tools I had were important until way later. Let's jump into part 2. So 6th grade comes along and I'm starting to suppress all of my emotions more and more because I didn't want to be a baby. I didn't want people to think I was dramatic and seeking attention. But I really wanted to talk about it. I really wanted to talk about my emotions, my feelings, what I was going through. So I started a blog. And the goal of the blog was to inspire my generation, my peers, my friends, my family members, everyone around me to engage in conversations. It started as writing some quotes and then later on turned into writing about not bullying people, paying attention to what you mean with what you say, paying attention to how much time you're spending with your friends and your family members, taking the time to just make a memory. But this was 12 years ago. I may not look much older than 12, but 12 years ago, when I started blogging, it was not a thing. No one blogged back then. Blogging was not considered cool. And when kids found out, they teased me for it. And again, that fear of not being good enough. And I'm being bullied and constantly told all the reasons why I'm wrong, why what I'm doing is wrong. I got really frustrated, but I kept doing it. I kept persevering through it. And when I was 15, I finally said, you know what? Maybe you're just not hearing me. Maybe you aren't hearing what I'm trying to say. So I'm going to start a podcast. I'm going to start a podcast and I'm going to start speaking. I want you to hear my voice, hear what I'm talking about, the importance of being responsible behind the wheel of a car, the importance of using your words intentionally, the importance of school and academics, but also having a life, finding that balance, preparing for college, because this is a time where all of a sudden I felt so much pressure on me to know who I was, who I wanted to be, what I wanted to accomplish, figure out what the right college was for that, what the career path was, what my major was going to be, and how my whole life planned out. I felt that pressure and I didn't know who to talk about it with. So I tried it on the podcast. Podcasting, not a thing back then. That was about 9 years ago. People didn't find it cool. In fact, my British literature teacher, my junior year, wrote the link to my podcast and to my blog on her whiteboard. The entire school teased me endlessly. And I felt so ashamed. Again, just trying to have a conversation to express these emotions. And I'm being made fun of, teased, gaslighted, and validated. All these things bringing me back to that fear of not being good enough because of a lack of conversation. Because no one was having conversations on mental health, I thought I was the only one experiencing this excessive worry over who I was supposed to be and how I was supposed to figure it all out, over this sadness, this fear of not being good enough. And I didn't have a name for what I was experiencing because there were no conversations. So I genuinely thought it was in my head, that I was making it up, that I was being dramatic. And I had tried to start a conversation, right? I tried, but people bullied me. And I was resilient and I persevered for years. But without any coping skills, without a self-care routine, without a conversation, the resiliency slowly faded. Part 3. At the peak of high school, my senior year, everything's supposed to just kind of get put together now. This is the year you're going to find out what college you get accepted to and where you're going to go and who you're going to be. It's supposed to all come together. That's what the messaging is telling us. And then, the height of that, my parents separate. And for the first time, my security, my safety felt unbalanced. It felt gone, my foundation. Because I was bullied so much, my family members were my best friends. My grandparents, my parents, my siblings, my aunts, uncles, my cousins, everyone. That was my friends. Those were my best friends. And now suddenly my home unit feels shattered. And my parents had a very brutal divorce where they were so busy on winning and fighting each other. They didn't have the emotional capacity to be there for me and my brother and to support us and to hear us. I was so lucky at that time that my aunt and uncle and my grandparents really stepped up. My aunt and uncle used to pick me up for family movie nights, family game nights, dinners, to go ice skating, just everything. They made me feel included in a family unit. My grandparents did everything with me and for me. My grandmother took me to check out my school, the college that I ended up going to multiple times, a couple times with my mom and a couple times just me and her, to make sure that I felt ready and comfortable. My grandfather, when I finally went away to college, FaceTimed me every morning for a cup of coffee, every afternoon while I walked home from class so I could tell him about how much I hated that my teacher gave us a pop quiz, or how I totally did amazing on that exam, or I failed that exam, or whatever my passion and energy were going to in that moment. He had retired as a barber, and he would have clients in the chair, and they knew if you were sitting in his chair at 1:30 p.m., I was going to call and you were going to have to listen to the story of my day before you would finish getting your hair cut. He always made time for me. Every night for dinner, he would FaceTime me, whether he was surrounded by a group of his friends, whether he was just by himself with my grandmother. He always made sure to answer my FaceTime and to show me what he was eating, who he was with. He made me feel so important. And so did my grandmother. At a time where I felt so alone, so unimportant, so unseen, and so afraid of not being good enough and of not figuring out who I was supposed to be. So when I got to college, because of that fear of not being good enough, I decided I was going to graduate early. I heard someone did it in 3 years, so I was going to do it in 2.5, which I did while working full time. Not very easy. However, because my grandparents would sit on FaceTime with me all night, every night, while I explained step by step how to do a business finance problem or an accounting problem, I was able to get through it and I was able to do well and graduate early. 3 weeks before I'm about to graduate, before I'm finally about to prove to myself, to others, that I am good enough, that I'm more than good enough, my grandparents get into a car accident. My grandfather died on impact, and my grandmother broke almost every bone in her body. And that was the night before my finals began. I took 2 finals and then went home and slept in a hospital chair next to my grandmother every night while she was in the hospital. I helped her while she learned to walk again. I went to every physical therapy session and just cheered her on and tried to encourage her. I fed her. I didn't leave her side. But I never took time to grieve. I never took time to feel, to process the fact that my grandfather was gone. And a month later, Christmas Eve comes around, and suddenly a night where my grandparents and I would stay up cooking and setting the table and doing the seating chart, where I would secretly just try to boost myself to the head of the table so I could sit right next to my grandfather. Doing all this stuff together, then going into bed, snuggling, drinking a cappuccino, watching The Grinch. That was never going to happen again. When that hit me, it hit me that my grandfather wasn't here. It hit me everything that I lost. And my heart shattered into a million pieces. I ended up attempting suicide on Christmas Eve. I was so lucky that my uncle made the time to sit down with me and to help me, to have a conversation on mental health with me. He was there to talk to me about what mental health is, about therapy, but not just therapy, about medication, supplements, nutrition, exercise, all these different pieces and factors and different things that I could do for myself while looking for resources and support. We lay down in bed and we watched a movie, and he told me, we're going to get through this together. 27 days later, he died by suicide, and my heart shattered. He understood. He didn't just understand, he was feeling what I was feeling, and yet I had no idea. I had no idea that he was struggling too. I had no idea that he also knew what it felt like to not want to be here, to feel overwhelmed, to be afraid to speak up and tell someone. And I felt so guilty that I didn't save him the way I credited him with saving me, by having this conversation, by just being there, by listening. I withdrew from my master's program at the time and moved in with my aunt and little cousins and did everything I could to be there for them. I didn't want them to go through it alone. I didn't want them to feel alone in it, just like how I felt towards my grandmother. So I stayed up all night with my aunt and trying to be there for her, and stayed up all day running around with the kids, trying to help them with their homework, take them to dance, take them to school, get things set up for them. But I didn't take time to grieve or to cope or to even recognize that I was still struggling. 2 months went by and I attempted suicide 2 more times. And that's when I was hospitalized in a psych ward. And I saw how many other people were struggling. How many other people thought that they were alone. How many other people didn't have the tools they needed to keep going. When the resiliency faded. When my parents divorced, I felt so alone because none of my friends were going through it at the time. I didn't have any friends who had parents who divorced. We had heard about it, but that doesn't happen to us. And it didn't until it did. And I remember feeling so ashamed by it that when my friends would come over and ask where my dad was, I would lie. I would say, oh, he's on a business trip, because I didn't want anyone to know and to think something was wrong and to judge me. When I lost my grandfather, I didn't know how to cope. I didn't know that I needed to cope. I had never even imagined a day where he wouldn't be here. And then seeing my grandmother helpless, I feared losing my other best friend. And then it dawned on me that that could happen, that would happen one day. My uncle to suicide. I didn't know how to grieve that either. And I never grieved because I did not have the tools I needed. I didn't have the coping skills, the self-care, the self-love to be able to get through it. But it got better. Inside the psych ward, I saw again how many people were struggling. I made a point to learn everyone's name and their story, why they were there. I learned that they all were feeling similar to how I was. They were all afraid to speak up, that they didn't know who they could talk to, that they didn't feel that they had the tools that they needed. I learned that I wasn't the only one. And that was a game changer for me, because for the first time, I didn't feel crazy. I didn't feel like it was all in my head, that I was dramatic, that I was seeking attention, that I was making it up. All of those phrases that were thrown at me as a child, I suddenly didn't internalize them anymore because I knew it wasn't true. I knew that it was okay to fall apart. I knew that other people were struggling too. Inside the psych ward, I learned about group classes and group therapy and the benefits of being able to talk to others, to learn from others. I learned coping tools. I learned how to take care of myself. When I got out, I went to therapy 4 times a week, 4 times. And I learned more about myself, more about the importance of coping tools, how to figure out what makes me feel happy and when to use it. I learned how to set boundaries with myself and others. I finally started getting the tools I needed. And then I went back to school and finished my first master's program, which was huge for me because when I withdrew, no one thought I would ever go back. And when I ended up in the psych ward, I thought my life was over. I didn't think I was ever going to accomplish anything. And then I went back and I was able to do it. I also was able to start advocating, start speaking up, start sharing my story, start finding other opportunities to share my story. One of my favorite things that I've been able to do is the NAMI and the silence presentations. I actually have been able to speak to students who may or may not have been struggling, but giving them the tools they need to identify warning signs, to know what they can do, to know that support is out there, where they can go, how to have a conversation. The conversation that I desperately needed and wish I had at a young age, I get to give back through the NAMI ETS trainings and presentations, which has been incredible. I've been able to advocate, start my own organization to talk about my story again, to provide resources and information. Everything started to come together once I had these tools. And it didn't happen overnight. I didn't suddenly have a tool, perfect, better. But over time, day by day, I started to get through it. I graduated that master's. I just started my master's at Pepperdine, finished my first semester. I've been able to move forward, figure out who I am, and help others in the process. The impact of developing the tools I needed. Well, once I had a name for what I was experiencing, and I knew it wasn't in my head, and I wasn't alone in it, everything started to change. Because every fear that I had of not being good enough, every fear that I had of being perceived as weak, of not being loved, being made fun of, not fitting in, that was gone because other people felt the same way. So I couldn't have been the only one. It wasn't that I didn't fit in. I started to have confidence in myself. I started to not be ashamed of myself and of the moments that I needed to cry, of the moments where I felt like I wanted to give up. I was no longer ashamed. I developed a coping toolbox with the tools I learned back in elementary school because someone finally made that connection for me. Writing and reading are some of my favorite coping tools, as well as playing music, moving my body, just finding ways to bring myself back to the present. I learned how to create a self-care routine rooted in boosting and maintaining my mental health. I learned that journaling every day really helps me Taking my dog for a walk around the block really helps me. I learned that drinking tea before bed helps me get more sleep, helps me wake up feeling happier. I found small things that I could do every day to prioritize my well-being and how I was feeling. I started therapy and I talked with my peers about how I was feeling. I remember the very first time I talked about it to one of my friends. I was going back for my master's, finally going back to school, and two of my friends from college were still up there. And I sat down with them and I said, I tried to kill myself and I was in a psych ward. And they looked at me and they said, well, how are you? They didn't laugh at me. They didn't judge me. All these fears I had in my head, that wasn't the reality. They asked how I was feeling, and they continue to check in on me to this day. I started talking with myself, to myself, with regular check-ins. Close your eyes for a moment. Take a deep breath in and a deep breath out. What is your mind saying? What are you thinking about? How does your body feel? Do you feel tense? Open your eyes. Every single day, I make the time to do that with myself, to just check in, to listen to my body, listen to my mind, to be there for myself. And with all of these tools, I finally was prepared to get through life stressors and to keep going and to keep building. Now let's talk about a stronger tomorrow. I'm going to share a video with you created by many of you through the NAMI on-campus high school clubs about what you guys do for your mental health.
To take care of my mental health, I practice self-care and decompress after tough situations. When I look for someone to reach out to, I reach out to my sister because she is who I feel the most comfortable around.
For my mental health, I listen to music and read.
For my mental health, I like baking cookies, cakes for my whole family. I like going on walks with my dog and playing volleyball with my family.
I listen to music and my favorite artists to deal with my mental health.
I like to listen to music and sometimes I draw or I play sports with my family. I just hang out with my friends mainly. They help me distress a lot.
For my mental health, I like to play games to relieve myself from stress from school and stuff.
For my mental health, I go on long walks.
For my mental health, what I do to kind of keep sane is I just work out, I work out and I love reading, so reading also helps.
For my mental health, I play basketball and go to the gym.
For my mental health, I listen to music, I have good time management, and I do my best to meditate.
For my mental health, what I like to do is listen to music and play video games.
Like those kids said, those are coping skills and self-care that they do for themselves. For me, reading was one. Music, dancing it out. I love Taylor Swift. All Too Well is my song of the moment where I feel frustrated, I feel stressed, I turn up the volume, I blast it, and I dance it out. Moving your body, listening to music, exercising, reading, drawing, playing sports with your family, all of these amazing tools, you already know what to do, what makes you feel strong. And when we finally get those tools within ourselves, like I did, and we develop a self-care routine that supports us and that makes us feel good and brings us ready for a stronger tomorrow, we now get to help others as well. And getting involved in advocacy for me is one of the best ways that I could be part of building a stronger tomorrow. One of the most amazing things I love about NAMI and NAMI California is the advocacy piece. First of all, for those of you who don't know, they have amazing free support groups and classes for those living with mental health conditions and their families. We can volunteer to be trainers to facilitate them the NAMI on campus clubs, bringing them to our schools, the End the Silence presentations, like I said, being able to bring education, information, awareness, conversation, stories, hopes to these schools. And even getting involved and helping to get signatures on bills they're sponsoring or co-sponsoring, like the Senate Bill 224, which was introduced to require that California students receive age-appropriate mental health education. There are so many ways that together we can get involved in building a stronger tomorrow using the tools that we have. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Hey there. So far we have one question. They said that they missed this, but did Francesca mention if medication was part of your recovery?
Oh, I did not mention it, but I am currently using medication. I live with bipolar 2 disorder, so I use a medication that helps support me and helps balance my moods. But yes.
And they said thank you. And then you also have somebody just putting some nice praise in the chat about how amazing you are. And another person saying that you're amazing. But we have about 10 minutes for any other questions that you may have about Francesca's story or any coping mechanisms. We'd also love to see what you do for your mental health in the chat box if you'd like to share. Can we get a copy of the slides? Yeah, the slides will be available at the end of the conference. Most likely next week we'll send that out. Lisa wants to know how your family is today.
They are good. 5 minutes before this, I was with my mom and on the phone with my dad, and we were talking about it. They actually went through terrible divorce, and now they show up to my fundraisers together. They support me. They'll take me out to dinner, ice cream together if I'm having a tough time. My grandmother's doing a lot better. I see her at least 3 times a week. She showed up at my door yesterday and said, I just wanted a hug and a cup of coffee. So I spent a lot of time with them, and we're doing a lot better. We're getting through everything together.
Another question says, do you have family members such as siblings, and were they affected, or did they suffer from it, cousins, etc.?
Yes, so I have a brother and an older sister, and then I have a bunch of cousins. If you're talking in terms of my mental health and my suicide attempts and how it affected them, I can say that it definitely affected everyone as a unit for many different reasons. There was a lot of fear of what if it had worked, a lot of fear of what was happening, a lot of misunderstanding on why and what I was going through and how nobody saw it, a lot of fear on what do we do now? And it took a long time. My brother was very, very afraid to leave me alone at all for a while. He's 3 years younger than me. He's in college now. But we've gotten to a place where we have conversations all the time. If I'm having a tough day and I am falling apart, I will call them and we will have a family group chat or a call where we'll all get together and we'll just talk about it. So although we were all affected by it in different ways, we've come to a point where we're just honest. And I ask them a lot, how do you feel now? How did it affect you? I was talking about it with my mom yesterday. I asked her what that was like. And she said it was terrifying because no one had ever prepared her for the day that her daughter decided she didn't want to be here anymore. So it's just a lot of conversations that have helped us through it.
We're not seeing any more questions, but Eve Summers shared that they're currently a teacher in LA and were recently trained in ending the silence and can't wait to, and they're hoping to set up an NCHS club. Lisa says that she's glad to hear that you're making a difference. And then another question is, does anyone else in your families live with a mental health condition? But also understanding that if you don't want to talk about it, to respect their privacy, that's okay.
Yeah, so my brother, he lives with ADHD and he uses medication to help him. My grandmother has severe PTSD and depression after the car accident, as well as losing her husband in it, losing her son to suicide 2 months later, and then lost her last sibling 2 months later. So she has severe PTSD and depression and a little bit of anxiety from that. And medication has been very helpful for her. The rest of my family isn't huge on therapy and going to therapy. I'm the one that's a huge therapy advocate and goes, but we all learn tools that help us in different ways.
Thank you for sharing. We're not seeing any more questions in here. And then Lisa shared that when you tell your story, it helps reduce stigma of mental health. And then in the chat box, Kaylee wants to know what type of therapy works best for you.
Yeah, so right now I'm doing psychotherapy. I just got a new therapist and we're focused on working through my perfectionism because I like to always be the best. But before that, what really, really helped me and worked great for me was neurofeedback therapy, because that therapy, while focusing on my brain and being able to control intrusive thoughts and rewiring the brain, it was also focused on managing my heart rate and my breathing to help me become more aware of my body and how to bring myself back to a calm. So both of those therapies have been super, 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 super helpful for me.
Awesome, thank you for sharing. And then in the Q&A, we have somebody asking if you say more about your Ending the Silence experience.
Yes, I love the Ending the Silence presentations. I just trained to be a lead presenter, but have not officially presented the lead yet. I've done the peers only so far. As a peer presenter, I've been able to go in and share my story, very similar to how I did today, except usually under 10 minutes. And I've had a lot of positive feedback from the recipients asking questions on what tools, kind of like the questions you're asking me, what tools I use. How did I start the conversation? Kind of learning that it does get better, giving them a piece of hope, because as someone who was falling apart in high school and feeling like the world was over, to be somewhere so far in the opposite direction today, I've noticed has provided a lot of people hope that it does get better. But the students are very receptive to it and it's just amazing.
And then we have time for just one more question. Michaela asks, what tips do you have for finding a therapist in terms of self-advocacy? A lot of youth work that they work with assume the therapist they get first is the one they have to stick with, even if it's not the right fit.
Yes, that it took me a long time to figure out this answer for myself and what works for me. Amazing question. For me, the first thing I like to do is ask questions. I like to interview them kind of like they're interviewing me to see if right up front, I think they're a good fit. So that might be the approach of therapy that they use, like an attachment-based approach or a cognitive-based approach, I know is going to work very well for me. Asking them what modalities they use, if they have a lot of experience working with youth and suicide attempts, and kind of just gauging how they respond. And if I notice that over time, I don't feel like I am getting stronger, I don't feel like I'm developing the tools or that I'm being guided, I ask them. I just say, hey, I really love therapy. I love coming here and I feel like I've gotten some value out of it. However, I feel like I need more tools. I don't feel like I've made a big enough stride forward yet. Is there another approach we can try? And if not, then I go and start interviewing other therapists and looking for someone who works with a different approach and one that makes sense for me. And I might ask them, what's included in that approach? What does that look like? What are some common treatment goals? What are some common interventions used? Never being afraid to ask questions and make sure that when you're in front of the therapist and you're talking with them, that you feel safe enough to open up. Almost like a friend, but with strict boundaries that know that everything is confidential, that the relationship is strictly therapeutic, but that you feel comfortable enough like you would sitting and talking to a friend.
Thank you. That's one of my favorite, best questions to ask for youth is a therapist is not a one size fit all.
Yeah.
All right. So we are at our time. Well, we have one more minute. It's 11:05. So we're going to go ahead and transition over. Francesca, thank you so much for sharing your story with all of us, becoming vulnerable with all of the people you speak with and sharing your stories, inspiring others with your resiliency of just getting back up and continuing your journey in advocacy.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so I'm going to go ahead and share the other screen. Just give me 1 second and then we will introduce our next speaker. Alrighty. All right, so next up we have Monica Nepomuceno, who will be sharing some information about education-based resources, as well as other advocacy and mental health things for you. I'm gonna go ahead and read her bio really quick. So Monica Nepomuceno, MSFW, who is the Education Administrator for the Office of School-Based Health Programs at the California Department of Education. Monica oversees the programs that support building and strengthening school-based physical and mental health programs, including the provision of resources and preventative programming that can be implemented across campuses to help foster youth wellness. She understands firsthand the effects that an undiagnosed and untreated mental health issue can have on a person's life. Her lived experience has helped her advocate for students' diverse needs and the ability for youth-serving adults to intervene timely, respectfully, and culturally appropriate manner. I've personally worked with Monica, and she is amazing with all of the work she does, especially in supporting our NAMI CA campus high school program. So I'm going to go ahead and give her the floor. Monica, you here?
Yes, sorry. I wasn't being allowed to put myself on camera just yet. So thank you. Thank you, Sophia, for that great introduction. It is a pleasure to work with you. I'm very honored to have been invited to address all of the wonderful youth that are here today, as well as the adults. And so I'm just going to be giving you a little bit of information. I'll start off with the data. If you can just go to that first slide.
Oh, Monica, I didn't receive. Did you send it to Angelica?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you send that over to me? Sorry about that.
Will, just a second. Maybe that'll give participants just a little bit of time to take a breath. It might take a little while because of the firewall, Sophia. Just let me know when you've gotten that.
Yep, just surfing through the internet.
Well, I can just, so that we don't waste any time, I can just give people a little bit of background so you know why I'm interested in this work. But I've been living with anxiety for almost all of my life. And I can remember as a young person feeling all of these different things in my body. Like I always describe it as a pot of boiling water, just kind of traveling through, an inability to relax, much like the speaker before me, that perfectionism, trying to attain that perfectionism, which, is just perpetuates the whole anxiety. And so I really didn't know what was going on. I kind of thought other people felt like this too, but then I thought, this isn't really a fun way to live, right? I never get to relax. I'm always on edge. And it really wasn't until I was in my early 30s that I actually discovered I had anxiety. And I had my first panic attack while I was trying to finish up my master's. I was working full time. I was teaching a dropout prevention course, and it all just kind of came crumbling down. And at that point, I felt, I don't care what happens. I don't care if I don't finish my master's. I don't care if I lose my job. I don't care about anything. I just want to be able to breathe. I just want to be able to live, which is interesting because, and I don't share this very much. As a matter of fact, I think this is going to be the very first time that I share this publicly, is that I've always had thoughts of suicide. And I don't share it publicly because of the stigma that's still associated with that. I've never acted on it, but the feelings have sort of always been there. And they haven't gone away completely. And so it was interesting that even though I had those thoughts at that moment when I couldn't grasp for air, all I wanted to do was live. And so, I'm sharing this with you because I'm imagining that some of you may have these thoughts or know of somebody who may have these thoughts. And so, that whole research says that people who have suicidal ideation don't really want to die. They just want that pain to stop. And I can affirm to that. So thank you for allowing me to be vulnerable and sharing my story. This is why I'm here. This is why I'm very passionate, because I want to be able to help others. And one of the things that I often reflect on is that I wish, back in the 70s, and I'm totally telling you my age, I'm 52, I don't have a problem with that. Our teachers, weren't talking about mental health. It was nowhere on their radar. And so I can only imagine, how life would have been a little bit richer for me, and things would have been easier for me to process had somebody identified that I had anxiety and taught me the skills, taught me some breathing techniques, taught me meditation and mindfulness, that would have helped me sort of go through life just a little bit lighter. So I see that you pulled it up, Sophia.
Yep, it's ready to go when you are.
Great. If you can just go to that first slide. I want to give credit. I'm going to present some data points to you all right now, just so we can put, the conversation into context. And these are data points that were provided to us by the California Department of Public Health. They actually have a new office, the Office of School-Based Health. It was passed by AB 2112 a couple of years ago, but there wasn't any funding attached until recently. And so now they are able to fully operate, and they've shared some of these findings with us. And so while suicide remains the second leading cause of death for youth ages 10 to 24, we did notice that the number of overall suicides in California actually decreased in 2020. However, the suicide rates for certain subgroups actually increased, and that was for 10 to 18-year-olds. And there was a further increase of other subgroups between the ages of 10 to 24, and that was youth who are African American. Those went up 27%. Youth who are Hispanic or Latino, that went up 6%. And then overall female youth across all of the groups, that went up 26%. So those are significant increases. And also another finding was that the use of firearms as a mechanism for suicide actually increased in 2020. Next slide, please. And so also the emergency room visits increased significantly, and initially with the pandemic, they actually decreased, and a few months later, they were back up to pre-pandemic rates. And what they found too, that the ED visits actually increased for females, for those that are aged 10 to 18, and then also for Latinos, Asian Pacific Islanders, and multiracial populations. And the most common reason for these emergency room visits were for cutting. Next slide. There's also the California Violent Death Reporting System that is also within that office. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a message here. And they actually found that for those youth that had died by suicide, they found the following data: that 1 in 2 had a current diagnosed mental health issue. 1 in 4 had an alcohol or substance use problem. 1 in 4 had was currently or in the past receiving mental health or substance use treatment. And then 27% had a history of previously attempting suicide, and 21% had actually disclosed their thoughts or their plans to die by suicide within a month to their prior death. And then over half of the deaths had occurred at home. And so this is really important data, because as we're studying, there's different data points that we're looking at to make sure that we are trying to prevent, suicide attempts and deaths. And so, for example, we've noticed that there's an increase in firearm deaths, and one of the things that's happening now is there's whole movement. There's actually a bill out there for schools to send home firearm safety letters and other supporting resources for anybody who has firearms at home. So that's just one of the examples, but it's useful data to us and working in suicide prevention to make sure that we are aligning the supports with all of the findings that we have made through the research. Next. So the other thing that we're actually involved in right now is a survey that's being released by the University of California of San Francisco. They are our staunch partners in collecting data for all things mental health related. And we've had 1,100 responses from school principals. This survey goes out to school principals, and we're trying to just find out information about, what resources, how many mental health professionals that they have on staff. And so it's interesting to note, right, that most schools over 2,500 students, with over 2,500 students, have a counselor, psychologist, and a nurse. Less than half of the small districts they don't have a counselor, psychologist, or a nurse. And less than half of larger schools have a special education psychologist, and only 25% have a school social worker. They did find that most mental health staff ratios, which we've known for a very long time, are above the recommended ratios set by professional organizations. And that just means that we are lacking in mental health professionals in our schools. Of the 1,100 schools that responded, 66 do not have a school social worker, and this is during the current year. 35 don't have a community-based mental health provider or relationship with them, and 24% did not have school counselors. And so, it's interesting to note that while there's a spotlight on mental health and there's been, historic funding, we're still lacking. And so the state superintendent of public instruction is actually, he created a bill, SB 1229, which I'll talk about a little bit later, which addresses this problem. And it's not going to address the problem immediately, but is sort of a longer term solution to get more mental health counselors in schools. Next slide. And as I was talking about the budget and the historic funding, there's a lot of money that's being poured into schools. And this is really good for you all to know, to figure out how it's trickling down from the state to what we call the local educational agencies, which are school districts and county offices of education, and then how it filters down to the schools and ultimately down to services for students. So we know that there's a $2.8 billion investment for community schools. There was some funding that came to us, the Department of Education, to create an Office of School-Based Health Programs. And then there's, $1.1 billion for local control funding formula. This is just money that trickles down to the schools for hiring classified staff, like and anybody who's there to support the teachers, right? It also gives $5 million to school health demonstration projects. And then there's a $4 billion investment over a 5-year period that's called the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. I know some of this stuff can be kind of boring, but the reason I felt it was really important for you all to know is because oftentimes when you're at the school level, when you're a student, or even when you're a teacher or a staff member, you don't know about all of these funding streams. You don't know that all of this money and effort is being poured into student mental health and into your schools. And so I just thought it would be, good for you to know that, so that you could see how it's being trickled down, and so that you can ask questions and keep the state and all of the different partners that are involved in this accountable. So like, what are you doing with this funding? How is it going to help? If you go to the next slide. So the goal of this whole funding and this new budget is really to have a whole child approach to wellness and education, and to improve all of our systems that serve students, and to maximize partnerships and be able to align and integrate services, and also take advantage of new and existing resources. Next slide. What's really interesting, and what I wanted to present to you, is that the $4 billion Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, and this involves 5 different state departments, and so there's a lot of partnerships that are going to be happening, and there's some funding that's actually being poured into getting more behavioral health and mental health professionals. So if you see that 4th bullet point, it's $445 million to build that workforce capacity. And some of that may even trickle down and benefit you, because if you're interested in pursuing a profession in mental health, then this could be, something that goes to fund either your education or your salary in that. Okay, next page. Some of this funding, it actually is a lot of money that's going into creating a partnership between districts and what's called managed care plans. So like Kaiser's and Sutter's and all of those big organizations, even the smaller ones, so that they can help create the infrastructure where services are going to be held for students. So this money isn't there just to, or not just to, but to provide mental health services directly, but it's to create actually the buildings and the infrastructures and the partnerships so that it can finally get down to, you know, providing services to students. All right. So state superintendent is focusing on student mental health and making sure that we're increasing the supports for student mental health and wellness, and also what we're doing here, right? Increasing the student voice in the decision-making processes. And we have a couple of things that are already in place. We have actually 6 members on our student mental health policy work group. And we also have the Youth Advisory Council that's part of the California Department of Education. And we're constantly looking for ways to get that feedback from our youth, because you are in it. We can sit here and try to make all the decisions that we think are best, but we need your voice on how this is going to trickle down to you, how this impacts you. And is this what you want? Is this what you need? All right, next slide. I'm going to skip this slide because this kind of goes too technical into Medi-Cal billing services, so it's all right. We did get $1 million from Blue Shield of California to expand some of the trainings that we're doing on youth mental health first aid, and also for us to create partnerships with other agencies so that they can help schools sort of figure out all of that funding that I just described, and to build a training, an asynchronous training for school staff, for middle and high school students, and for parents in both English and Spanish. And we're also looking at, in the future, trying to add other languages as well. So we're really excited that we're going to be providing this training online that can be accessed by any student and middle or high school student in California, as well as staff and parents. And that should be coming in late August, early September. So be on the lookout for that. We will communicate this with NAMI and they can share it with all of you as well. Okay. And then the other superintendent's priorities are family engagement, community schools, and social emotional learning. So the CDE has established a family engagement office, and they're really focusing on re-engaging students and families post-COVID, as well as addressing equity and achievement gaps. And there's also $2.8 billion that was provided to the CDE so that we could put forth the Community Schools Partnership Act and help create these community schools. And some of the funding is going to be used to expand, again, the infrastructure to support this community schools. And these schools are the ones that partner with families and community-based organizations to really be able to meet the students' health, both mental and physical health, and academic and their social emotional needs too. And for SEL, the CDE is hiring an SEL consultant that's going to be dedicated to providing professional development and courses and trainings for teachers and school staff on this. And that's it for that one. So let me just see recent enacted bills. If you can go to that next one. Some of these are not that recent, like this AB 2246 actually was passed in 2016, but I thought it was really good for you to know. And Sophia, is the chat open, or is there a Q&A?
Yeah, there's a Q&A spot, and then there's also the chat box so people can put stuff in.
Great. So I want to know from you, how many of you know if your school or your school district has a suicide prevention policy? You can let me know in the chat. Say yes, no, I don't know. All right, yes, we do, San Diego. Yeah. It's okay if you don't know. You're going to learn about this today, and then you can go back and ask. I don't know. Thank you. All right, so AB 2246, like I said, was passed in 2016, and it requires like school boards of an LEA or school district that serve 7th through 12th grade students to adopt a suicide prevention policy that is for everybody, but also focuses a lot on the needs of high-risk groups, which are those youth that have already experienced some or have been impacted by suicide, either directly, like they've had a suicide attempt, or they've had somebody close to them that has died from suicide, youth who have disabilities, a mental illness, or any kind of substance use disorders, and then those who are homeless or have out of home placements like foster care. And also LGBTQ youth. This bill also, and actually it's no longer a bill, but it's actually in statute, it's part of education code, so it's a mandate, and schools have to do this, right? It includes a training for teacher on how to identify when a student could be struggling. It also requires us to develop and maintain a model policy so that schools can use this as a guide. And so our policy it's very lengthy. Usually board policies are anywhere between 3 to 5 pages long. Ours is 27 pages because it includes administrative regulations, which are the policies, the protocols, like what do you do if a student is exhibiting signs, what does the teacher training include? It even includes training for students. So we are currently updating that because of this next slide, another bill that came through 2 years ago, and it's AB 1767. It's almost exactly as 2246, but this now all includes all schools and districts that serve kindergarten through 6th grade students, and it's the same at high-risk groups, and it includes training for teachers, and it also requires us to have a model policy, but it also requires the LEAs to excuse me, to review or update their policies at least every 5 years. And again, our policy actually requires them or suggests that that they review these like every year, because things change, trends change in suicide. There could be a suicide cluster. There could be some other things that are putting students at risk. And so those things need to be reviewed and updated if necessary every year. All right, SB 224. Next slide. Oh, there we go. I think I jumped. If you can go back to that other one, Sophia. Okay, so SB 972 requires all schools, public, private, charter, any of these schools that issue student identification cards and actually have 7th through 12th grade students to print the number of the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline on either side of the card, and also the crisis text line and any other local crisis number on there. And it also requires the same thing for a public or private institution of higher education, so colleges, universities. And so I don't know, let's see how many of you on the line have your card, or if you don't have it with you, how many of you have that information on your ID card? If you can put that in the chat. Any of you have? Okay, yep. Sentinella does that. Anybody else? At least we got one out there. What happened early on, thank you, Temecula, early on when the bill passed, all of a sudden these numbers appeared on there, and a lot of students were like, why is this number on there? And so what we recommended for them was to write, if you or anyone you know is struggling emotionally or needs help, know that you are not alone, and here is the phone number. So it is now a requirement for all schools that issue those identification cards and have serve students in 7th through 12th grade to have this. And there is some great news. You know how that the Suicide Prevention Lifeline number is really long. It is now 988, and the official launch, and I'll go into this a little bit later, isn't until July. However, the number can be used right now, so you don't have to remember that long 1-800 number. Okay, SB 224. This is really, really exciting because SB 224 just passed, and it requires any school district that offers a formal health class to include mental health instruction as part of this course. And so it also requires us to develop a plan so that we can expand mental health instruction in the future, right? Right now it's limited to middle and high schools only, and we hope to expand it to also elementary school, because the original bill actually was requesting that mental health instruction be taught 3 times during an educational journey. So once in elementary, once in middle, and once in high school. And it was all supposed to be, developmentally appropriate information. And so you wouldn't necessarily, give the 1-800 number or the lifeline number to a child in kindergarten. You would teach them about social emotional learning, emotional regulation, things like that. But the bill was changed to require only those schools that offer the formal health courses. So we know that a lot of schools don't offer them. And so part of that plan that we're going to develop would make sure that that it is a requirement of all schools. So that's a really exciting bill that went through, because at least we're making some strides. But you all, and I'll talk about this in a little bit, you all will have the power to write to the legislature and your representatives to say, hey, how about considering, XYZ, and XYZ in this context might mean, can you make it mandatory for all schools, not just those that offer health courses? All right, next one. And SB 14 offers the ability to consider mental health as an excused absence. And so it requires the State Board of Education to update the illness verification. So if you are having a mental health, you need a mental health day, if you're not feeling emotionally well, that will be an excused absence. And so the CDE is supposed to come up with recommended best practices, also to identify evidence-based training. This was sort of a 2-part bill, evidence-based training for schools and for teachers and school staff. And it says contingent upon appropriation, because if there's no funding in there, we can't do that. Assembly Bill 309 requires the Department of Education to develop referral protocols, and this is just like referral process on, what do you do if you see that a student is struggling and they need assistance. And so this would be sort of a protocol. What are the steps to accessing that? And it's a little bit of a challenge in California, because there are so many different schools. I mean, we have over 10,000 schools, and every one of them has different resources and a different structure. So it's a little bit challenging, but we will get there. It also asks us to consult with other partners to develop these protocols, because a lot of them are community partners. Right, next one, next slide. So these are some proposed bills, and here's an opportunity. And I know that Sophia and NAMI, are really working on providing some kind of guidance for you to become involved in some of these bills. But this first one actually was submitted by our superintendent, and it's SB 1229. And I didn't put the right information on there. I apologize. This is to get 10,000 mental health professionals onto school campuses. And so it would do this by providing stipends to those who want to get into the mental health profession. And so this, remember I said earlier that this isn't a short-term solution, it's a long-term solution. So we're hoping if this bill passes that it would, in about 3 or 4 years, we'd start seeing the trickling in of mental health professionals onto our campuses. So I apologize. And Sophia, I'll send you an updated version. I think there's another slide where I made an error too. Okay. Next. And this is another really interesting federal proposal. And so this is related to 988, the suicide prevention, the new suicide prevention lifeline number. And it is because right now all the calls that go to 988 or the 1-800 number get filtered over to different call centers throughout the country. And all of the people who are answering those lines are volunteers. And I'm not sure if anybody has ever called the 988 or the 1-800 number, but sometimes there's a long wait. And we've also heard, that sometimes people on the other line sound a little bit frustrated, and that's because they're overwhelmed with the number of calls that they're getting. They're all volunteers. They're very short-staffed, and sometimes the calls are tried to be kept in the same state, but sometimes if there's an overflow of calls or an inundation of calls, those get overflown into other states. And in other countries, these numbers and these crisis lines are actually paid positions. And so what 988 is trying to do is trying to fund these call centers so that you can get easier, faster service, and also services in other languages. Right now, I think the only other language that's offered is in Spanish, and I think there's in California only 5 call centers that actually offer those services in Spanish. And so if this federal act would pass, it would give states funding to be able to pay people to staff these call centers and to have additional services in additional languages. So it's really exciting. And it is also an opportunity for you to contact your representative to say, I'm not able to vote yet because I don't know how many of you are 18 or older, but please know that I will be old enough someday and I support this. And you can encourage your parents or any other adult to also support any of the bills that I've just said. Okay, so resources. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly because I know I have 15 minutes, but the CDE has a Help for Student in Crisis webpage that has a lot of the crisis numbers that are statewide. And I know that we have to change that Lifeline logo now to include 988. So I said the official launch is in July, but like I said, people are already starting to call them. And this page was created at the onset of the pandemic just to make sure that we were offering some immediate services to students and to parents who and others who were concerned about their youth. Next slide. The Living Work Start online suicide prevention training is a 90-minute online asynchronous training, which means that you can just go on at any time to to take it. You don't have to do it all in one sitting. You can come back and take it later on if you have something else to do. It's for middle and high school students in California public schools. It's for those that are ages 13 and over. I know that sometimes middle schools have 12-year-olds, but this is specifically for 13 and over. And it is available at no cost to all of you. It really helps you gain information and also build skills so that you can identify either within yourself or somebody else who might be struggling and might be thinking about suicide. One of the really neat things about it is it helps you practice asking that question, are you thinking of suicide, and are you thinking of killing yourself? And you actually get to record that and record your voice just to see, how you sound, and so that you can become more comfortable with asking that question. That's a really uncomfortable question because you figure out like, well, what if they tell me yes, I don't know what to do, or what if I offend them, or whatnot. And so that whole training really helps build that skills and eases you into asking that question. And this is just a reminder of, you can dial 988 from any phone. Next slide. Okay, so just this angst is a film-based program that is comprised of a 43-minute film and some discussion guides, some classroom activities, and homework assignments. And this is a film that is based on anxiety. And we are trying to do everything that we can to get into this resource into middle and high schools, because it really gives the lens into what somebody who lives with anxiety is going through. So I'm talking about the anxiety that you feel on a day-to-day basis, not the one that you feel occasionally when you have a test, or your first date, or an interview, or public speaking, or whatever it is, but that day-to-day living with anxiety, you can't relax, you have trouble breathing, things like that. It gives you that insight into what somebody who's living with these symptoms is experiencing on a day-to-day basis. It also gives the adult that perspective, and it gives you some strategies to use, and also it's just really very, full of hope, and conveys the message that anxiety is 100% treatable, and shows you where to go and what to do. And so we really want all middle and high schools in the state to be able to show this to their students. And there's also the parent component. They watch the same film, and there's some exercises that they can do as well. And then there's a panel that can be accessed if schools wish to show that to their parents. Next slide. And then there's a trusted space that was also developed sort of by the same people. It is also a film-based program, and it includes a 43-minute documentary along with discussion guides and activities. And this is not for students. This is for teachers and for staff to help create and foster trusted spaces so that you as students can come to them and feel like you have a place where you can talk freely without judgment about whatever it is that you're feeling, whether it's related to the pandemic, all of the things that are happening everywhere, the numerous shootings, the war, all of that really weighs heavily on our shoulders. And so most of the time we're assuming that teachers know how to, that it's like sort of like an innate skill on how to create these relationships. But as adults, we need some of that guidance too. What do we do? And so a trusted space is really good for that. All right, next one. Youth mental health first aid training. Again, it's not for youth, it's for adults that work with youth. We provide these at no cost, and all of these resources don't cost a thing, and because they don't cost a thing to you or to the teachers or the staff or parents, because they're funded by some other sources. So youth mental health first aid is for those adults and those teachers, those parents that have access or interaction with students that are ages 6 to 18. It again helps them increase awareness. There's several case scenarios that you go through to really teach you how to approach a youth. And the reason I'm telling you about these 4 teachers is so that you can go back and advocate, you know, for your teachers and your school staff. Hey, you know, we would really like for you to take this. This is a great training that we learned about. Would you be interested? Is this something that you can do? Because the more people that we have on campus who can identify when a student is struggling, the better off we are, the quicker you're going to get connected with services. Next. And I see in the chat that yes, YMHFA is also terrific. If people have time for the 8-hour training, yes, that is one of the challenges. Thank you. So this is just, you know, what is being reported after the training. Adults are saying that they feel more comfortable in expressing their concerns to youth who might be experiencing mental health challenges, and that they can have a supportive conversation. So you can look at that graph. All right, next one is the Cal Stop Violence Prevention Program. And it includes, if schools are interested in participating in this, it's a 2-part thing. It includes youth mental health first aid and one of the 45-minute Sandy Hook Promise trainings, which are Start with Hello or Say Something. And Start with Hello actually trains secondary students on how to recognize social isolation within their classroom and their school. So those students who might be, you know, eating alone or walking by themselves, things like that. Say Something trains these high school students on how to look for some of the warning signs, especially on social media, so that they can act immediately and take it seriously. Next one. Next slide. We also have monthly suicide prevention webinar series. Again, these are not for youth, but they're for you to advocate and to say, hey, principal, hey, teacher, you know, we have all of these things that we found out about. If you're interested, here they are. And these are webinars that help increase just knowledge, and they're, a lot of them describe like evidence-based programs. What do you do in situations where a student might have suicidal ideation? There's one that's coming up next week that's going to be talking about AB 2246 and 1767, because still it's very interesting that even though, you know, it's been almost 6 years since that legislation passed, there's a lot of people who don't know that their schools need to have these suicide prevention policies in place. Okay, next one.
Actually, Monica, we're almost just about time.
Okay.
Are there any major slides that you want to just get through really quick?
Yeah, you can skip the next one because it's the NCHS one.
We're going to be talking a lot about that later.
You can skip that one too. And then the Youth Advisory Council. So Youth Advisory Council is just comprised of youth throughout the state, and they work directly with the state superintendent and his staff to talk about all things related to education. And they are going to be having a town forum or town hall in May. The date is still to be determined, so I'll share that with Sophia. But they don't only focus on mental health, they focus on other areas in education. And then that is it.
Awesome, thank you so much. We're gonna go into a stretch break so we can just cut it just a little bit shorter. Let me go back to our main slide, wherever it may be. Oh, there it is. Okay. So we did get one question about the social work, their school social work, the PPS social work. Do the credential requirements limit the number of social workers available to fill the open positions? it seems like each profession has a similar extra credential to work in schools. Is there a better way to train people that reduces barriers for mental health professions to bring in different backgrounds into school systems?
Yeah, that's a pretty heavy question.
If you can,
Yeah.
direct them where to go.
Yeah, because I don't know that they limit, oh, sorry, I was just reading it.
Sorry.
It's okay. I don't know that they limit, where did it go?
It went under answered.
Okay.
Scroll down.
Yep, I got it. They don't limit, I mean, there's no requirement for schools to even have social workers. That's probably one of the things that, needs to be addressed, because when you look at what mental health professionals do, and social workers can fall under that mental health professional if they're licensed, but your typical school social worker is going to be that connection and that liaison to the community services, right? And there is extra, when you talk about similar extra credential to work in schools, there is that PPS. I think I'm just not understanding the question, but maybe they can email me and we can get to the bottom of that. But any students have any questions about any of the information I presented?
I haven't seen any direct questions. I saw there were some questions asked, but somebody else answered.
Okay.
Glenn says, thank you for your great presentation and information.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica.
Care.
Alrighty, so we are going to skip our stretch break, but also this is a virtual presentation. So if you wanted, you can still, get up, get a glass of water as we transition into our next session. So I'm just going to go ahead, and skip these wonderful questions about what you do for your mental health. But if you'd like to answer the question in the chat box, that's totally up to you. But just for the sake of time, we're going to transition into our youth panel, which is comprised of our representatives of our youth advisory committee, as well as the NAMI Contra Costa team. So just give me one moment as I get them all ready. Alrighty, and then we'll highlight them. And then once you're able to show your camera, just go ahead and make that visible for me so that I know y'all are ready. Okay, so we have 3, 4, 5. Is that everyone? Oh, we're just missing Leo. Okay. Now I'm gonna spotlight everyone. Sorry, I have to narrate everything that I do. That's just how I function. Alrighty, is everybody spotlighted? Okay, and then we're just waiting on Omelina. Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. It's so great to get connected with all of you again. So just so that we can get introduced with everybody, we're just going to go ahead and have you all answer this first question, and then just state your name, who you work with. So if you're a representative of the NAMI California Youth Advisory Committee or Contra Costa, and then your position. And then, yeah, we'll jump into the first question for our panel. Oops, I'm on the wrong page. How has your engagement in youth mental health advocacy made an impact in your own mental health and wellness?
Hi, if you don't mind me going first, my name is Tristan Siebold. I work with NAMI and Contra Costa. I'm a transitional age youth coordinator, and I am very happy to be here. So back to the question, how has your engagement helped with your own mental health and wellness? Through my engagement, my mental health has significantly improved just because I've been able to achieve a sense of belonging, which is something that I really missed beforehand, before I got so involved with advocating for mental health.
And I think I can follow with Tristan. Hi everyone, my name is Leo, or you call me Dyson, and I'm also from NAMI CA Costa. I'm working in the TAPE team. It's like as a transitional age young support group, and it's also like as a counselor. So to answer that first problem, like how was your engagement in your young mental health advocacy made an impact on your own mental health wellness and health part. So I joined the TAPE group in late 2021, and in the team meeting we do it weekly. We give our support to each other and exchange some mental health techniques. I feel like it's a win-win situation. On one hand, in that meeting, we got a chance to share our personal stories and experiences, and others can share their solution to my problem if I have any. And on the other hand, when I give out my advice to others or my thoughts, I can feel that I'm making a difference right now. I'm helping someone with my heart. Just by knowing that, I can feel much better about myself. And also, besides direct support and advice, my engagement with young mental health also brings a lot of new friends to me. And in this pandemic period, nothing is as important as supportive friends. In team meeting, we meet every Tuesday and have fun and spend an amazing 1.5 hours just building our friendship and mental health. It's not just a meeting anymore. It becomes a place where we can hide and relieve ourselves from all the pressure. It really impacts on me, and I feel much better right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Leo.
Thank
And
you.
now for our, go ahead.
Yeah, well, my name is Glenn. I'm in 9th grade and I'm part of the NAMI Advisory Committee, Youth Advisory Committee. And being involved, learning about and advocating for mental health has taught me how to improve my own mental health. So I learned that sleeping longer, it helps. So if you sleep like from 9 to 10 hours per night, can help improve your mood and your health. And as well, also helps you get your school done on time. I've also learned different relaxation exercises that I use for stress and anxiety, and that I've been taught to other groups. Also going to library events. So my local library hosts some great events that are focused for teens and mental health. I get to see and talk to other people my age and talk about the struggles that they face and that we all face together.
Hello, I am Haley. I am part of the Youth Advisory Committee, and I'm also the president at my school's NAMI club. And I feel like it's made an impact in my own mental health because I'm constantly trying to learn different things and educate myself so I can better support my friends and family and better educate the people around me.
Thanks, Haley. Melina? Also, let me know if you can't unmute because I noticed I couldn't spotlight you.
Hi, sorry, this is Omelina's mom. She stepped out into the bathroom. I said, I'll tell them if you need to go. She'll be back in a minute. So circle around back to her. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We'll just go ahead and get started with the discussion questions, and Melina, once she's back in, she can introduce herself. So I'd love for just a couple of you to answer this, and then we can discuss this next question. What are some things that you are seeing with recent highlights on the importance of youth mental health? Since the pandemic has happened, it has highlighted more opportunities for youth mental health support. So what have you seen in your communities on campus that has been highlighted since with changed with that highlight on youth mental health?
Hi there. Yeah, I definitely just see that teachers and counselors at school are more aware of their students and their mental illness or mental health. And understanding that we just went through a pandemic is very, very important to realize and to put into motion when counselors are, consoling their students. A lot of times, I feel like, the destigmatization of mental health in general has been pretty much it's allowed for the door to be open for those who might have been unwilling or scared to reach out beforehand. And this is a great way to seek methods for prevention. And that's the main important thing that NAMI CC advocates for, and that we in the Transitional Age Youth Program advocate for, is that prevention. We've also noticed that through our work, mental health for it's targeted to the BIPOC community has definitely increased, where it's not anywhere where we would like to see it now. It's definitely, on its way, which is amazing to see. But, focusing on the BIPOC community and the transitional age youth community, that's a community that has been just overlooked for so long. So I'm really happy to see that they're finally getting a little bit of a highlight, at least something, and we can take that and run with it and keep that momentum going.
Yeah, I'm super agree with what Tristan just said. It's like nowadays the teenagers like super important. They're aware of the importance of mental health. And I recently just joined my college's honorship program. And in 1 week's meeting, I mentioned that I'm working with the NAMI CC team, and they're all thrilled to like see if I can bring some mental health supports or like some mental health resources to them. So after all some conversations, like I started an honorship like program or like a supportive program to help them like on campus. And they're very happy about it. And in one meeting, there's like 10 people that comes to see if they can get some help. So yeah, I can see right now all the teenagers trying to get more resources, and they know the value and importance of mental health. And also, maybe I can create a potential ending the silence program or a presentation in my campus at fall. So I think these days, the pressure on today's teen is way heavier than before. There are some financial crisis, self-identity crisis, and political conflict, especially on immigrants. For me, I'm immigrant from China, so I think there are a little pressure on us right now, and I can see that they're being pushed between two cultures and deeply worried about the future. So I just also started another AAPI program. So there are a lot of people who are coming in and see that if they can get some help. So in my opinion, right now the highlight on youth mental health is like being very two-sided. On the one side, there's like our traditional mental health support group, we can give out resources. On the other hand, like the teenagers are seeking out some help that among the teenagers themselves. So I think, yeah, that's super important. And thank you.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think what I've noticed about it is that it's treated or talked about more openly than in the past. So like you would say maybe, oh, I was at the doctor, I broke my leg or something similar. And then nowadays you ask, oh, what did you do? Oh, I went to my psychologist and I was talking to them for a while, and it's not considered as much of a closed or secretive thing, confidential thing. Yeah, we need to keep moving in the direction where mental health problems are treated openly, maybe even more than physical health problems. Since like if you break your leg, you're not gonna have the same consequences maybe as being suicidal or something as if you're depressed or have anxiety.
I have noticed that a lot more influencers, because as youth, we're always on social media, or a lot of us are. And I've noticed a lot more influencers, not as much celebrities, because I feel like those are two different like groups, but a lot more influencers are speaking up about their struggles with mental health. And I know specifically in the theater industry, which is what I'm a big part of, a lot of people are like speaking up in that industry. And I find that so like inspiring because that's where I'm going. But yeah, a lot more people are talking, and I feel like that's just like the best way to go right now.
It's so great to hear that you're hearing all of these discussions happening more and more, and they're not as, in the past, they may have been like hush-hushed or more stigmatized, but it's great to hear that in all of your environments, you're hearing that conversation just happening, and starting a support group at your college campus. That sounds like super awesome. Because I know that at my school we had the traditional like CAPS, but having like a support group where you can go, that'd be so much more impactful, especially if they're like with their like our connections group, the NAMI connections group. But yeah, Omelina, are you back? We're going to take that as no for now. And we'll transition into our next discussion question. So what are some things that youth can do to support support youth mental health in their communities? And that could be, I'll just let y'all start the discussion instead of giving you influences.
Yeah, so the number one thing that I think can be done is just being kind to everyone that you come across, because you never know what someone is going through. I mean, you never know what someone's internal struggle might be. And the next thing would be to get involved, whether you feel like, it might be a little bit kind of intimidating to get involved in this. Just understand that at least at NAMI Contra Costa, everyone has 100% lived experience with mental illness. And I think that that's an important thing to keep moving with. Express your personal experience with things, and you'll find that a lot of other people have experienced quite similar things. Maybe not the exact same, but they are definitely not alone, and neither are you. And the next thing would be to get involved, like I said, advocate for yourself and for your friends by speaking up in times when their voices might not be able to be heard. Attend meetings and presentations like this, and get involved in your community in ways that you might not have thought about. Attend county meetings, speak up for your friends and family, like I said, and your peers that are experiencing mental illness. And you want to stop the stigma in its tracks where you can. So if youth are experiencing that their friends are making fun of another person for having anxiety or having a breakdown in class or something, put a stop to that. Put a stop to that and say, hey, you know what? That's not what we're going to do right now. What we're going to do is support our friend or our classmate or our peer. And we're going to let them know that tomorrow when they come back to class, we're happy to see them. And it's not going to be some, taboo topic that, you can't talk about. It's going to say like, hey, are you okay? Do you want to talk to me? I'm here for you. And it's not the sense of, if you need help, reach out to me. It's, hey, I know you've been going through something. Do you want to talk right now? And if not, do you want to talk later? I'm here. So making sure that you are present in, especially your close friends' lives and your peers' lives. And it's a lot to take on. It really is. It's a lot to ask of young people and youth and even teachers, but it's important that we start now in order, again, to prevent what can happen in the future.
Yeah, I'm super agree with Tristan just said, and I think advocacy should be the #1 priority in the teens among the young. I think if you'll be able to speak up, like you can share your personal stories. If you're living with this, like you can share your experiences to others, and others might like learn something from it, and they can prevent like a bigger crisis or a problem. And besides that, I think also important is like the volunteer service. And for example, in our NAMI CC, in our AAPI department, we just finished a volunteer recruitment. And we got over like 30 or 40 recruiters like, hey, I want to be help, like how can I be help for you? So yeah, that's amazing. And we're also like preparing for the NAMI motion. Like we're all like, scheduled up, trying to finish this work and that part, just trying to be help. And then think, if you're helping others, you're also helping yourself. Just like by making a statement or like by making a project finished, you can actually see the progress of your learning from it. So I think that's very important. So advocacy and volunteer work.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's great, really. Yeah, you be there to listen to someone, talk to them, just be there. Like, yeah, if they ever need someone to talk to, You want to make that clear to everyone around you that you're there and supportive. Another thing that you could do is like just volunteer with NAMI, which I don't think was mentioned, but like just start a club or join your school's local NAMI club and volunteer there. You can volunteer there. Your library has more events for mental health. You could try to volunteer at the library and try to help them with mental health issues that they have.
And along with that, speaking to trusted adults or teachers or counselors about what different programs the school offers or what things in your local area have available. And also just educating yourself so that you can better educate others. And yeah, just keep advocating.
Those are all great suggestions. Melina, I just put the question in the chat box that we're working on right now.
Yes, thank you so much. I actually had a point on it, if I could share. Yeah, I think personally, like one thing I've seen a lot of in my school specifically is like finding a connection to the younger generations. Like specifically Gen Z is very sarcastic towards mental health, and I think that's a topic that's really hard to get going, but like especially because a lot of the trained professionals right now in mental health are not in Gen Z, and so they don't know, they're not around it, they don't really know what that really means even, and just personally I think it would be really interesting to talk about, and I don't know if that really answers the question, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that was more like on the question before, but I think that's a great thing to bring up, is that even like I'm in that transitional area between millennial Gen Z, but yeah, that is something that should be discussed. Is there is that element of, we joke about our mental health to kind of self-care in a way, and that sarcasm is something that happens. And I mean, I don't know if any of you want to elaborate or kind of talk on that as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I definitely use humor as a coping mechanism, and I definitely joke about my own mental illness, and that's a way to kind of make the conversation a little bit more comfortable sometimes. But there is a line, right? There's a line that we have to draw between when is it serious and when should we be, taking some jokes here and there. But when we are really considering how, the pandemic has affected students and the transitional age youth population, as well as, elementary school population, it's not something that we should really be joking about too much. If we hear young students saying like, oh my gosh, I'm so depressed, that's the time that we educate them, maybe ask them like, hey, what are you feeling? And if, those symptoms that trained professionals, like we're establishing in schools, which I'm really excited about, just to hear that there are going to be trainings for teachers and to how to see the signs and how to do or how to connect with the students afterwards. So what we can do now is take that humor and see the seriousness behind it. If someone is joking about, oh, I'm so depressed, or like, I can't believe how depressed I am, or that's so depressing, maybe we should use a different term, and we can educate them on a different term that we could use. Or people saying, I'm so OCD, I'm so ADHD, we can educate them on what ADHD is like, what it's like for people affected by it, and what OCD is like, and so on and so forth, so that we can kind of stop that overgeneralization of these clinical terms, and we can start taking them a little bit more seriously. Not necessarily kind of like sugarcoating terms or taking terms away that should be very much so apparent in conversations with youth, but maybe providing some different terms that allow them to be more comfortable about the situation without necessarily like joking about it. But again, humor is a coping mechanism, and we don't want to discredit that Again, I use it all the time, and it's a great way to cope. But again, there is a line.
To add on to that, knowing where to set boundaries with people that you're close with, because I know like with my close friends, we joke around about our own mental health and struggles and stuff, but there, like you said, there's a line that you don't want to cross. So like having those conversations with the people you're close to, like saying, hey, let's not joke about this, like it's not really something I want to be joking around about.
Yeah, and I think also like joking is sort of like an early stage sign to show that people are like, hey, I'm getting worried about this. I might be like developing a serious problem with that after. I think by seeing that if someone's joking, hey, I'm like a little bit depressed right now, it's like I feel like I'm ADHD right now. I mean, we can take it seriously, like talk to them. It's like, hey, like how are things going right now? Are you feeling good? And we can like following with a longer catch up connection, and maybe we can prevent them from like going into a deeper seriousness. So that could help.
I actually wanted to add on just a little bit to what Leo said. Yeah, so like, acknowledge that that joke might have a little bit more of a serious tone to it. And in a private conversation later say, hey, I noticed you were joking about this. I just want to see if it's serious or not. I just want to see if you're really feeling this way. And you can say it in a way that's not like so invasive. You can say like, hey, how are things at home? How are you doing with school? I know you're having a difficult class. How's that going? And how's your workload? Can I help you with anything? Do you want to study later? Offer these different ways to help your peers, and that's it's a less invasive way of getting involved with other people's mental health, because some people again are very reserved about it, and that's okay. It's everyone's boundary, and it's everyone's right to say what they want to say about themselves, and we don't need to push people to say that or just to over explain or anything. But what we can do again is be there for them in minor ways that contribute to a greater cause.
Yeah, I'm super great. Just like sometimes company itself is the best like helping method you can do. Just like sitting by like next to them, just like talking about some irrelevant topic. To me, that's like sort of one of the best way you can help them. Yeah.
And then I just wanted to kind of like also tag in on this, but it is really interesting to, to talk about with your friends, because that's also part of, ending the stigma about talking about it. Because now that we've gotten to this point where we openly talk about mental health, we have to figure out how to draw that line, because even within my friend groups as well, we become very like, LOL, I'm feeling so anxious this week. And then we kind of like, wait a second, let's talk about that. Or acknowledge that maybe they're joking about it because they're not ready to talk about it, but they do want to let you know, I'm not 100% right now, and this is and I may need some support. So I've loved all of your comments on this, and like taking them aside and just having that conversation is super important. But I also wanted to make sure that if Glenn or Haley or Omi wanted to jump back in that conversation. You're good? All right. So if we're ready to move on to our next question, I know that we started moving through these a little bit quickly. So if any of you in the audience had any questions for our great young advocates on our panel, feel free to put it in the Q&A, or you can also put it in the chat box as we get through these final questions. All right, so how can adults best support the youth in their lives? So these could be family members, community members, students that they may have. How do you think that they can best support them in their lives, in their mental health?
Wow, I could say a lot about this, but I will narrow it down to just paying attention to those around you. Again, being kind, noticing that maybe, quote unquote, bad behavior might not be, essentially bad behavior. It might be a cry for help that, we need to acknowledge. And, we want to be attentive to the language that we use with children and with people who are asking for help, especially in the youth population. Validating their feelings and not kind of dismissing them and dismissing how they feel or attributing it to, oh, you're just a kid, oh, it'll get better. You're just going through a lot. You're just a teenager, or wow, it's a tough time for you, but you'll get over it, or other people are going through worse things than you are. It's these things that I have been told by my parents that, oh, people have it worse than you. There's no reason for you to complain right now. You have such a great life, this and that. But, we have to realize that mental illness is a medical illness and that it is something that needs to be treated, whether that's medication, therapy, or just, honestly, just talking about it. There has to be some awareness for that in everybody's life about how the language that we use with children and youth affects them and affects us as well. Talking to your friends as well. Definitely try and validate their feelings. And I see people saying like, oh, there's no need to cry. There's no need to do this and that. If you're feeling that emotion, express it. It's all about expression and feeling comfortable with the emotions inside of you and, listening to that, because as soon as we start listening to what's inside of ourselves, we can listen to others as well, and we can be a better service and better support system. We can also advocate for children in our lives by instilling preventative measures, such as building bonds, something that Monica was talking about, I believe, and really looking through those, that A Trusted Space program and service was something really, really great to look into. And NAMI Contra Costa has tons of programs and services to get involved with, NAMI Basics, we have peer-to-peer, we have the Transitional Age Youth Program, and NAMI on Campus, which we'll probably talk about later. And then we also, as adults, we need to realize that, kids just went through a pandemic. They missed 2 years of school. And people saying, oh, my kid is just so shy. My kid is just so, anxious about this and that. Of course they are. Of course, they haven't socialized in 2 years. They've been online. They've been doing what we're doing, and we're adults. We can handle this, And it's difficult for students to get back into school after missing so much time away from their friends. And we also need to realize, I'm sorry, I'm going to keep going because this is a very important question to me, that multicultural mental health is still sincerely overlooked, especially in the childhood population and in adults. For your communities, what we need to look at is how are people being diagnosed too? Are those correct diagnoses? We see that Black men are diagnosed with schizophrenia more so than any other mental illness, which schizophrenia has to have lots of symptoms apparent and present to be diagnosed, and yet sometimes they aren't in these situations. So, people aren't getting diagnosed properly. So that's something we need to look out for as well. Is my child getting diagnosed properly? Is my child being listened to when they talk to their doctor and their teachers and their peers? Are they being listened to? And am I listening to them? And we need to make resources accessible as adults. As Monica was saying, we should definitely include all of these programs in all schools, that mental health should be part of the health in general classes that are taken at schools and should be mandatory. And especially all throughout those years, elementary school, middle school, and high school, things can change, right? A divorce could happen in their lives. The loss of a pet can be completely traumatic. The loss of a friend due to COVID. Children have lost friends, and it's important that we realize that. And then also emotion regulation is something that is learned. That's something I believe that Monica was talking about as well. So we need to provide the tools to youth to be successful in a mental health perspective as adults. And we need to really, really advocate for them to be able to grow as adults and have that emotion regulation, as far as, understanding their emotions and understanding what's happening. Emotions can be all consuming for teens and for young adults and children. So, validating their emotions and their feelings can help them kind of relax a little bit maybe and understand where these things are coming from.
Yeah, I'm super agree with what you just said. It's like she mentioned tons of things. It's like none of them are not important, I think. So I will add on to that a little bit. So one thing for me is like the most important line or the last line that teenagers can cut out is their parents. So if they're making some difficulties in schools or like they have a problem with their lost friend, and the last line they can draw on is their parents, if they're families. But I think I also want to agree on what you just said. It's like mental illness are medical illness with environmental triggers. So if their parents cannot create a comfortable environment for them to live on, they might be like exposed into some dangerous environment and they might develop into serious illness. So I think adults, we need to like educate the parents well. We need to do that right now. It's like I don't think there's like enough education for parents. And in my culture, some parents it's like, hey, it's just a bad day, let it go. It's like, don't worry about it, it will be better. And I think there's not enough attention on that topic. So I think we definitely should like get more education program on parents. So for example, in NAMI, we have like a family to family course. We can like teach our family members how to correspond with the situations that happen on patient. And besides that, I think also one thing adults can do is like to give more space to children and to their teenagers so they can let them help each other rather than just like control their lives and they're on their own. Yeah, so I think that could help.
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what was said since my Zoom closed, but yeah, so if you want to help your teens, family members, or members of your community with mental health problems, again, going back to talking and listening, just sit there, have them talk to you, what they feel like, have them feel comfortable in a situation where the person feels that they can trust you. Accepting them for who they are. Don't try to change the person or say, oh, I don't think that, oh, you don't actually feel this way or you're a different way. No, just accept them how they are, because there's the number one cause for transgender suicides is that the parents reject the child. So it's really important just to accept your child or family member for who they are.
No, sorry. The best way, in my opinion, to like better support is for adults to just understand that times are very different from when they grew up. Like I've heard from not only just my parents, but from my friends' parents that they're really hard on them because they expect them to be just like how they grew up, which is like kind of really unrealistic. And it sounds like simple, but I feel like a lot of adults lack empathy in that way because they grew up the way that they grew up and they expect it to be just like that and everything should be like them because they didn't have that type of communication about mental health and about feelings and things like that.
Could I hop in here real quick? I was gonna go this actually goes really well into what I was about to say, Haley, so thank you for saying that. It's kind of connected to Lisa's questions on like, how do you tell your parents that you don't feel well? And I've actually like very recently dealt with this and trying to tell someone or advise them on how to reach out to their parents. And I think it honestly just starts with the relationship between the parent and the child. I think there's this, my mom was telling me a long time ago about this conversation of like, when you're asking your kid when they come back from school, it's like, how was your day? It's such a broad question. And of course the child is going to say, like, at least from my point of view, like, good. And that's like all I'm going to say. But when you ask really specific questions, like, what was something that made you laugh today? Like, did anyone like fart in your class? I don't know, like something that really connects with you. And then that really like, then you actually connect with your child. You connect with each other on a personal level. And in a way, it's like a fake relationship versus like a real deep connection with your parent. And I think it breaks my heart to hear the question, even like, how do you tell your parents you don't feel well? Because you should have a relationship with your parent where you don't even have to like walk in the room and feel like hesitancy in asking them. But I know that it's really hard nowadays with technology and like, I don't know how to describe it, but like just connecting with your parents specifically. I don't know how to exactly solve that except like just connect one-on-one, like on a personal basis with your parent. I don't know.
That's a great point, Amelina. I want to kind of build off of that. And like you were saying, you know, asking that very general and broad question, like, how was your day? It's a million answers could be said, and 9 times out of 10, at least for me, I'm going to say it's good. You know, I'm not going to really want to go into it. And also when that question is asked, you know, as soon as they get in the car, they're still reeling from the day, and, you know, maybe something just happened and they don't really want to talk just yet. So really assessing how the child feels in front of you, and, you know, understanding their boundaries. You know, you can definitely sense when somebody is not ready to talk. You can definitely sense when somebody has something on their mind. We need to be aware of those social cues of people. And while that might be difficult, we can definitely try. And as adults, we need to understand that technology plays an incredibly huge part in children's lives. And it can be a removal from, you know, a parent and child. A child could definitely lean on technology and social media to, you know, express their feelings through, you know, social media apps and you know, expressing their emotions to their friends. But why aren't they talking to their parents about that, right? Are the parents just saying like, oh, you're on that social media thing again, and you're just, you know, why are you always on your phone, this and that? It's a comfort thing. And, you know, again, pandemic, we've been on our phones for 2 years. We've been in front of screens for 2 years. So expecting children to just be okay with like, oh, no phones in class, no phones ever, really. You know, you come home from school, I expect you to sit down right away, do your homework and everything. It's kind of unrealistic. And we've had an incredibly traumatic and life-changing event happen in all of our lives. And arguably the most affected people are BIPOC, or people in the BIPOC community, and children, because of how, you know, immensely different things are for them now. And especially children in the BIPOC community are so overlooked with, you know, telling how expression with their parents. You know, we have to understand that a lot of times in different cultures, mental health just is not something that is brought up. It's a very secretive topic. And sometimes parents just don't want to hear that. But luckily we have parents here today who are looking for, you know, ways to support their children. And here it is, you know, you just ask them very specific questions like Omelina said, and, you know, joke with them about certain things. It's okay to joke with your kids. It's okay to have that fun relationship. That's something that I definitely missed growing up. I had a very serious relationship with my parent. I was raised by my dad, and it was always, you know, I never, every time I told a joke, it turned into a lecture. I know we've all heard that before, but it's true. And I was never, yeah, dad jokes are great. I love them. And, you know, it's something that we can all agree on. It's that humor is a way to kind of get into their little world sometimes, and to, you know, kids really are in their own world. It's completely different time and space and generation that we need to focus on, and what happens with them. And yeah, so that's pretty much what I have to say about that. And mainly just advocating for your children too. When kids find that their parents stand up for them. I'll just tell a very, very quick story. I had a teacher in school who was really, really just awful to us. She would snatch the papers out of our hands, and I had depression as a young child, and I had anxiety going into the class. I would tell my dad every single day, my stomach doesn't feel well. I don't feel good. Like I'm sick. I have a sore throat, anything at all to not go to school. I was missing 2 days a week. And my dad attributed it to me just faking sick. But in reality, I had anxiety and I had depression. And once I think he realized where this was coming from, he really advocated for me. And all in all, we got that teacher fired. So she is gone. And, all those students in that class were really, really thankful because they didn't feel comfortable telling the principal about this. They didn't feel comfortable going to that teacher about how she's treating them. No one felt comfortable going to their parent because they would excuse them. They would say, well, when I was in class, at least for my dad, he was, slapped on the hand and it was physical punishment in classes. And now we're realizing that this is a completely different generation, like Emelina says. And we need to focus on how to better support children in that way without inserting ourselves into their personal lives and stuff, because sometimes it's just so different.
Yeah, just a quick add on to like what you just said. Like in some culture, like the family, like the relationship between like, the parents and the child like are not the same. So for example, my family, like my dad would like always speak to me in a condescending tone, like he always sarcasm me, like if I share something interesting to him. And to me, that's really, like a not funny stuff to do. It's like always like we're having tense relationship. And for mom's like she's not always encourage me, but she's like like sarcasm another thing to me, and we can tell little jokes. So yeah, I think one important thing with parents just like to have always a nice, easy relationship. So your child can always like share something with you. If he's feeling like down or like depressed, he can have the courage to speak with you. I think that's very important.
Yeah, I think with cultural differences, so I'm biracial, I'm half Latino, half Mexican, or half Latino, half Australian. And you have two different cultures that both look at school and academics in different ways. Where if someone asks you, or my father asks me, oh, how was school? And then you ask, oh, it was good. I talked to these people or whatever. And then my mom asks me something, I say, oh, it's good. I've worked on this in my class and I finished this few assignments. And so it can be challenging to answer just a simple question of how are you doing or how was your day if you have different cultures or ethnicities to compensate for.
Yeah, thank you all so much for sharing. So unfortunately, we do have to wrap up. I love where this conversation is going, but now it's up to all of you, the attendees, to keep this conversation going in your communities, either if that's with your child, your parents, your caregivers, aunts, uncles, family members, community members. We leave it up to you to continue that conversation. Since we have like 1 minute left, are there any final statements that you would like to share with the audience?
I just wanted to say thank you for, being here. It shows that you care about the youth in your lives and the youth in your communities. And I just want to, again, this is amazing that these presentations are happening and that they are widespread. And NAMI California is an amazing organization. And thankfully we have NAMI Contra Costa that has this TAY program. We really want to advocate for children. So if you need anything at all, please reach out. There's no harm in reaching out. It's the first step. And, you might just have a quick question that could be a quick answer, but we are here for you and you're not alone.
If it's okay, I'd like to talk about the question in the chat. It says, do you think that boys and girls experience mental health problems differently? And personally, I think they do, because there's a lot of specific, I don't know the word, but girls are supposed to look this way, girls are supposed to act this way, and guys are supposed to be tough. They're not allowed to cry. That's such a huge thing that a lot of people see. So I feel like that's kind of, I don't know if anyone wants to build onto that, but there's definitely a difference in my opinion.
Yeah, I actually was gonna say something similar to that. It's almost it's internalized oppression on women, first of all, to obviously think that your mental health is a product of you personally, whereas men think, oh, well, actually I'm not a man, but I can't assume, but tell me if I'm wrong. but it's more like I have a mental health disorder and like it's kind of separate from that was my dog, sorry, she got excited. But that's kind of I don't know where I was going with the guy part of that, but I hope my female part of that got across.
I
And there's
agree.
another question.
Oh, go ahead, Leo.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's like, and there's another question. It's like we mentioned in chat. How did any of you realize that it was mental health matter rather than simply worry or something else? For me, it's like if I have a simple worry, it was like it will last for like 1 or 2 days and it will go away. With the problem solving, it's like, yeah, it doesn't matter to me. But with some mental health matter, it will like last for a week or even a month or even a year. It will never go away. It's like you'll keep feeling down, like the same routine every day, the same thing happens. It's like, oh my God, I wish that didn't happen. So it's like a very serious problem to me. And I think that if as an adult, we can observe that, oh, my child's like feeling down like all this week. Maybe there's something going on. Maybe there's something going wrong with him. I should better check out. Yeah, I think that's a major difference.
Yeah, I did want to build off of Leo and Omelina's points of, acknowledging how long these problems persist. If it's, something that's continuing to be an issue, and noticing, how it's affecting them in school. And also, just like Gigi said in the chat here, we need to realize that African-American young men are criminalized with living with mental illness. And it's very, very different for men and women with mental illness. And it's also different for each race and each community. Black people, African Americans, and everyone in the BIPOC community is treated poorly regarding mental health. Their symptoms are not listened to, their symptoms are not advocated for, and a lot of times they're just pushed to the side or taken to different counties. And we need to keep people in the home where they're located. And I could keep going on this, but most people, like Gigi said, a lot of people live with unaddressed trauma and mental illness that they don't even really know how to speak about. So understanding that people in your lives are going through things that may not be directly related to you or directly related to your current situation. Everyone is living their own life, and we're all trying to get through this together, right? We're all trying to get through this at the same time, and understanding that it's a community that we should be building instead of separating things. I'm not sure exactly how to wrap that up, but yes, it is very different for men and women, and for people of different ethnicities. It's a completely different ballgame for each and every person involved.
Yeah, thank you everybody so much for answering those last minute questions. And if you would like to also respond to them either in the Q&A part, if we were unable to address any of those questions, or in the chat box, feel free to do that over our lunch break. And again, thank you so much for all of your insight and responses to these questions. I hope that it's enlightened some of the youth and parents here about how to support youth mental health and those young folk in their communities. But yeah, thank you again. I'm gonna go ahead and go to our break screen after I find it under all the tabs. Alrighty, so this break was gonna be about 30 minutes. We went a little over time, so this will be we'll return at 1:10. Thank you, Tori. But if you would like to just chill here and continue to chat in the chat box about any of the discussions that happened so far today, feel free to do so. You could also engage in our Menti break question. So again, you're going to go into menti.com, put in that code, and then you'll be able to respond to our lunch question, which is, what is your favorite work or study snack? For me, it varies week to week. Right now, I'm really liking those spicy tortilla chips that are like a knockoff of Takis from Trader Joe's. Those are my go-to snack right now. But go ahead and let us know what your favorite snack is. And we'll be back at 1:10. Thanks, everybody.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tori with NAMI California Programs, and welcome back from your lunch. I hope everybody enjoyed the little break that we had. So we have just heard from our youth panelists, which brings us into our NAMI California affiliate panelists next. And so I'm excited to introduce you to our NAMI California affiliates. With this panel, you're going to have the opportunity to hear about some of the wonderful youth work that's being done in different regions across the state. And so today we have Gigi here with NAMI Contra Costa. We have Elizabeth with NAMI Westside LA. And we have Amanda with NAMI Orange County. We have Karen and Michaela here with, oh, I'm so sorry, Karen, NAMI San Diego. And so without further ado, I'd like to pass the mic over to Gigi with NAMI Contra Costa to tell you a little bit about what they do there in Contra Costa County with youth.
Thank you, Tori. It's really important. I once served as the Ethnic Services Manager for Alameda County Behavioral Health Care before coming to NAMI Contra Costa, and I recognized right away it's most important to have the individuals most impacted be the individuals that do the outreach for any particular subject matter. So prior to COVID, we were working really hard to try and have transitional age youth on our staff, some which we could consider cultural brokers who could make the reach for us to get volunteers from that age group. So we had very little money to do so, but I was very strategic around offering some hours to some young people. And if you were here for the previous panel, you know I did a dynamic job in bringing on both Tristan and Leo, and then they have done an even better job of reaching out to take community members from their circle of influence and networks. So we also brought on staff from the Latinx community, as well as individuals from the LGBT community and African American, recognizing that when individuals are first experiencing mental health falls in that age range, who better to talk to them than someone who has been through that experience themselves. I certainly have young people come and talk to me. As a matter of fact, when their family members reach out to us, it's usually because they're experiencing some behaviors in the home and they want to figure out what's going on. So we direct them to our basics course. But I also know behind the parent or the loved one who's made the initial outreach, there's a young person who doesn't understand what's going on with them. So I have a staff that offers hope, because when someone walks into the office at NAMI Contra Costa County to get support, they have individuals who they can look at and see, oh, they were once there before and now they're doing so much better. So that was kind of the approach we wanted to use at NAMI Contra Costa. And then we started looking at what are the needs of that age group. So I stepped back and I listened to my staff and I looked at the programs that NAMI offers, the signature programs, and then we got excited about ending the silence and NAMI on campus and all of the youth-based work. But then COVID, of course, intensified the needs for young people. So we were able to put more support groups in place. And of course, they were by Zoom. And so I let the young people, why would I attend that? I mean, I'm able to get discounts at Ross on Tuesday. So it's a safe place for them to all come together and have an opportunity to talk about exactly what it is that will support them in their journey and how they can help others. I definitely believe that we heal through helping. And so a lot of the young people that we have, they want others not to experience anything that they've gone through. So we have large groups of individuals who are interested in our Ending the Silence. We're able to do it in the languages that are specific to our communities. And so we have a reflection of that. And then, I mean, my work in this field changed dramatically when a young man from Walnut Creek, Miles Hall, was killed. And so we started doing a lot of advocacy work. And I noticed over time at our Board of Supervisors meetings, they pretty much knew what I was going to be talking about. So it's like Gigi, wonk, wonk, wonk. But if you bring in some young voices in and they have a fresh, new perspective of what they could do to better support individuals. And we're always pushing, as Tristan said, for prevention type programs. We know mental illness is a very severe detrimental illness. I don't glamorize the impact that anxiety and depression and schizophrenia and bipolar has on a person's life, but our job is to make sure individuals have a better quality of life. And that means fewer days where they're in a place where they're not feeling well, and more days where they're given the advocacy and support they need. So, and we want to make sure this is done for all communities. So we have specific approaches, culturally responsive, community defined. We work a lot with the faith community because we recognize when people turn, when they're having a difficult time for anything, they first turn to their faith community. So at NAMI Contra Costa, we just made it clear that we're going to use whatever avenue necessary to reduce pain for people. And I wanted to share with you that one of the more creative approaches we're using now, not just the programs that are already in place, but after we lost Miles, we campaigned for there to be a park named after not just Miles, but several young people who ended their own lives. So in Walnut Creek, last Tuesday, there was a park that was renamed Remembrance Park. Now, when we first brought it up, the city of Walnut Creek said that we couldn't do that. But it's there now. It has beautiful park benches there and flowers, and the families and others go there. It's a place of peace. But we're going to also have a barcode, a QR code on there for put up, in the Walnut Creek is okay with that for people to use their iPhone or whatever phone they have to scan it and then be able to get the resources at NAMI. And then I was talking to one of our staff, Bailey, who's a resident of Walnut Creek, about having teen ambassadors have some hours right there in that park for young people to come by and sit and talk, because we're aware of the high number of individuals who are contemplating ending their own life. And sadly, in our county, in just recent weeks, we've had several individuals who sadly ended their own life. So that's, I think, my time, but of course, I'll stick around for questions.
Thank you so much, Gigi. It's so wonderful to hear about the work that you're doing at your affiliate. My name is Elizabeth. I am the program director for NAMI Westside Los Angeles. And a really cornerstone program for our office is our youth programs that really focus on prevention and early intervention. I know, speaking as a peer who experienced the symptoms of my mental health conditions starting in my teenage years, prevention and early intervention would have really saved so much time and pain down the line. And so now being able to do this work and working directly with youths to try to strengthen protective factors while also ensuring timely access to care has been so essential. And now that we've entered the pandemic time, this disparity in care we're seeing as so many students were at home and with families who maybe don't talk openly about mental health. Our mental health programs through Ending the Silence and NAMI on Campus gave online spaces for students to openly talk about what they were going through. Our Ending the Silence presentations feature both a family member and a young adult presenter. I personally do the young adult presentation and find that students really connect with the stories that come from people who aren't that much older than them and have been through something similar. And they ask a lot of really insightful questions, asking, I see my friend going through this, I see myself going through this, and a lot of questions surrounding, is this normal? How do I get help? And connecting them with the resources that their school has and that their community has been really impactful. We also have a volunteer and internship program that allows youth to get involved in some of our advocacy efforts and also take on leadership roles in our youth programs. right now we have a wonderful intern working specifically on NAMI on campus. She was a leader at her high school and now has transitioned to college, and she's developing really great discussions for the upcoming year surrounding topics about mental health, specifically like how social media is impacting mental health, how to have conversations with your support network, how to include your family in discussions about care, and how to check in on friends. So we really want to give youth the opportunity to have a direct say in the programs that we're doing so that we make sure we're addressing the needs of our community and really tapping into their voices and giving them the platform and the leadership spaces to be able to do that. We've also created spaces, listening sessions specifically, where we've invited youth leaders from our NAMI on campus clubs to come online and share with us and LAUSD administrators what is impacting them in the moment and what schools could be doing to help improve mental health services and remove barriers to care. And so that was a really impactful event we actually held last year for Mental Health Awareness Month. We had about 10 youth leaders come on and share what was impacting them, and the LAUSD kind of shared what policies they were doing and how they were trying to respond to those needs so that they could feel heard and also really make sure that their perspective is valued and taken into account when schools are making larger policy decisions. So really appreciated having that opportunity for our youth and those open spaces to talk about it, and really grateful for spaces like today to hear what other fantastic affiliates are doing to support their communities.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth and Gigi, both incredible work that you're doing in your regions. So I wanted to bring you a little bit up to date about what NAMI San Diego is doing. We too work on the NAMI on campus clubs, as well as the Ending the Silence presentations. One of the really exciting projects that we started a few years back was the Champions for Total Health. And it's a partnership between NAMI San Diego and Rady Children's Hospital, and also the CIF of San Diego. And it emphasizes student athletes' mental health. So through mental health screenings, on-campus advocacy, and mental health education for students, parents, and staff, we encourage a positive mental health and friendly campus. So that's a very exciting program. Our NAMI clubs are alive and well and operating on many of the high school campuses throughout San Diego. And so in these clubs, you know, anyone can join them. So individuals who have mental health conditions themselves, as well as those who have family members with mental health conditions, or those who are just interested in advocacy maybe, or more interested in what mental health advocacy clubs look like. So these clubs are not therapy clubs, they're not therapy sessions, but they're to create more of a stigma-free environment on the campus. And then that leads me to the project that I manage, which is the Elevate Youth California project. And we're really excited about that. It's been running for about 1.5 years now. And we have 3 basic objectives for this program. The first one is to address co-occurring conditions in targeted populations. And the age groups are 12 through 24. So we cover a large range, which includes that TAPE population as well. But through that program, we do suicide prevention, we do instructions through peers. Pretty much everyone on my team, other than I'm obviously the more seasoned member of the team, but everyone else are members of the TAPE population. So that's very exciting. We also are all bilingual. So we have Spanish represented, Somali. I just hired a young man who's of Somali descent and speaks Somali and is doing the trainings in Somali, as well as Tagalog. So very exciting about that. And then we're doing harm reduction education, Narcan training and distribution. Last year, I distributed over 500 doses of Narcan throughout San Diego, many of those on high school campuses. We have a partnership with the San Diego Office of Education in distributing and training on campus. working towards a policy to also train the youth. We did develop a policy with San Diego Office of Education to have at least 2 kits, which have 2 doses each of Narcan on every high school and middle school throughout San Diego County. So we're very busy with that part and making sure those high schools have that product with them. NAMI San Diego holds what's called a standing order through the Department of Healthcare Services in California to be able to distribute the Narcan. The other part of the Elevate Youth California project are student self-leadership trainings. So these are 5 one-hour modules that we do with youth in groups ages also 12 to 26. We've worked with homeless youth shelters downtown who house transitional age youth, as well as high school and middle school youth. We're working with foster youth, those who are involved with the justice system. So just a really wide range of youth who receive this training. This is training that we've been able to secure from the Blanchard Institute, which if any of you are familiar with some of the Blanchard trainings, this is worldwide training that's been around for many years and was made available a few years ago. So through this grant, we were able to purchase that and offer this training to youth. So they each get a certificate of completion when they finish all 5 units, as well as a gift card, which they're all very excited about. So that's the Elevate Youth California project. Additionally, we offer support to anyone who is attending those trainings or involved with that project. They can come through, their family members can come through our natural supports that we have at NAMI San Diego. So family to family classes, any of our peer support trainings that we have and offerings that we do in the evenings. And then finally, we have our Oscar apps. We have both Oscar and Oscar Junior. They're apps that can be accessed either on your iPhone or your Android. Just go to the App Store, download them. They have tremendous resources, every resource for mental health as well as co-occurring substance misuse conditions are located in these apps. Oscar, regular Oscar, has been translated into 5 additional languages in addition to English. So it's in Spanish, Tagalog, Arabic, Farsi, and Vietnamese. Correct me if I missed something, Michaela, but so yeah, we're very busy at NAMI San Diego with our youth programs, and it's really a thrilling project to be involved with. So I know I'm talking really fast because I don't want to go over on my time. So thank you so much for your attention. And if any of you have any questions for the panel afterwards, just let us know. We have our final presenter coming up next.
Awesome. Thank you, Gigi, Elizabeth, and Karen. It's great to hear what other affiliates are doing for youth and all the great work you're doing. I'm Amanda. I'm with NAMI Orange County. I have been fortunate enough to be a part of our TAY program for a year and a half now. And I really feel lucky to work with our high school and college students because they are amazingly insightful and leaps and bounds where I think I ever would have been at that age range. And they're truly wonderful to work with. With our programs, we definitely started out with, we have our NAMI on campus high school. We also have our college clubs that we're working with as well. With those, we provide the Ending the Silence presentations, and kind of similarly to what was already addressed, we do bring on a lot of those peers that are very close in their age range, just because that connection piece is really there when they can see someone who is going through very similar things, is in that kind of same time frame of life, and it just resonates so much deeper with them. When our program got started, especially on the college level, it was like, I think a month before the pandemic hit. So a lot of changing went around with how can we still bring that connection to our students when, now they are at home, they're not on campus. So we did transfer a lot of our programs to be virtual through Zoom. One of those that we started kind of right off the bat was happy hours. And these virtual programs really strive to, provide that hour of happiness, to kind of look past, being stuck in quarantine, creating that community for students to connect with one another and showcase different self-cares that they can do. and just different activities they can do to help take their mind off of, kind of that fear of the pandemic and the unknown. A lot of these are led by peers as well. So they get to showcase their personal talents, what works for them, give them a chance to share their kind of journey of where they're at. And once again, just allows them to connect to that one-on-one with peers. We also collaborate with other local organizations that, have youth programs, just to show them that there is more out there as well. There's a lot of other organizations that are serving this community. Through our happy hours, we did a really great one with a clinician where she just answered mental health questions in general, and the overwhelming impact of that one and how many questions we got in and how much, Tay really had to ask. We created a program called Honest Hour. These we host once a month, virtual as well. And with it, we put together a panel of other local organizations, clinicians, therapists, even Tay peers as well, who, our various topics have impacted, to give them a chance to, ask whatever questions they may have. They have the opportunity to ask it anonymously. So, they don't have to feel kind of in fear of asking things, and give it a space to find out the answers or see what worked for someone else and really feel that they aren't alone. That this is definitely something that everyone can go through, and there's hope at the end of it. So we've done some really great ones, regarding Latinx mental health, AAPI, the importance of diversity in fandoms. So why that diversity is important to see on the screen, healthy relationships. So a lot of really great, honest conversations have come out from those, and that is definitely my favorite program that we put together. Another one that we've done through this is our media masterclass. So with social media being so prevalent in our Tay's lives, how can we kind of make it so it's a positive experience? So we put together this media masterclass to really highlight podcasting. So how to tell your story, get that out there, how to, utilize social media to build a very positive community and a great community through that. And for all of our participants that went through this, we offered them a chance to come on our podcast that we created to share and highlight their stories, share their mental health journeys, and provide that hope for other listeners out there. So we actually have two now. So we have It's Okay to Feel was our original one, where we did half of it was with other clinicians, other individuals within our community to share their stories, kind of a Q&A. And then we opened it up to our Tay-led podcast where they shared their stories of battling with suicide ideation, with, how they've overcome, the feelings of anxiety, how journaling really helps them get through tough times, music, writing. So there's a lot of really great episodes out there. With that, we kind of branched off into hosting a new one that is called NAMI CA's Declassified Anxiety Survival Guide. So early 2000s, that is our riff on that Ned's Declassified show. And that one is fully run by Tay individuals. So our host is in that Tay age group, and they talk very open and honestly about various mental health topics, just trying to make it a very comfortable environment that these are okay to talk about. And where can we find it in our lives where we can kind of relate with this? And so with that, we bring on Tay guests as well that share their personal stories, their journeys, and highlight everything that they've been going through. With our colleges, they're a great opportunity for us to really work alongside with them. So we do offer internships to our college students where they can kind of explore and grow within this field. And it's been great that, we really take a lot of their feedback of what they want to see, what is impacting them, what topics they want us to explore more. So especially with our clubs, beyond our Ending the Silences, we also offer mental well-being webinars. So whether that's created through us or we connect them with other organizations that can speak on the topic. A lot of it with the impacts of social media, a lot with just managing stress, being mindful, little tips that they can take throughout the day. So one of our newer projects that we're working on that will be debuting shortly is we have a stigma reduction project that we're collaborating with 3 Tate artists. They'll be using digital art to create these posters that highlight their personal mental health journeys and have them all fit together to give that picture of hope and provide those resources. So those will be displayed, I believe, at 1 high school, 1 college in Orange County, and then we'll have, I think, 3 public locations that this will be up, and with the little QR code so people can learn more about mental health, about the resources in our community, and really see that picture of hope. But yeah, thank you everyone for your time. And if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat.
Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing about the youth work that you're doing, some of the programs that you're doing. I know that we didn't have time to cover all of them during this short time. There's so much more you guys have to share. We did come up with a few questions that we had for you for the panelists, and I'm actually going to bring Michaela in as well here with NAMI San Diego, as she is our NCHS expert in that area. And so we'll go over just a few questions that we have for you guys, and then we'll open it up for a Q&A session. And then also at the end of the Q&A session, NAMI California has a youth mental health toolkit that we'll provide for you guys to take home and look at, that'll provide resources and connection to NAMI programs and to your local affiliates as well. So one of the questions we had for you is, as a youth, what is the best way to collaborate with my local affiliate to advocate in my community for mental health?
I guess I can take that question. I just turned 23 on Saturday, or last Saturday. So I'm almost aging out of that Tay group, but I've been working in this field since I was 18. And I started working in this field because my own issues with my mental health and my substance use disorder led me to learn how to self-advocate. And a big part of that was through the NAMI on Campus High School Club. The first time they came out, it was my senior year of high school, so 2017. And I was the president of the NAMI on Campus Club. And I was like, okay, this is a really cool tool to learn how to advocate. And then there's also all these trainings that I was getting on mental health education and just opportunities to speak and use my lived experience. And so reaching out to the local NAMI affiliate and finding those opportunities has what's led me to working with NAMI now as an employee instead of just a volunteer, and getting a grasp on how I can use my lived experience to help others and not just myself.
You kind of asked that question in the form of the person needing to be a youth in order to answer it. So I can answer it from the perspective of being a voice that was there prior to us actually having youth on board with us to answer for themselves. That we heard over and over that we should be addressing co-occurring issues. And I saw for myself that so often family members would come in and they had this brilliant, young, very talented young person in their life, their child, and then they went off to college, because we know the age in which people start seeing symptoms of mental illness. And too often it's when someone has gone off to college and ready to start their life, and then the parents get a call from their RA or someone, or they get the message or the report card, the kids are not doing, their children are not doing what they expected them to do, and maybe they're losing friendships. So we approach the work at NAMI California with offering hope by hiring individuals who've been through that experience and could then share. And so we definitely do address the fact around educating the family member, because in doing our work with the unsheltered living and sleeping under the stars, so many of those individuals had a rift in their relationships with their families because of misunderstood mental illness and trauma they'd experienced that had never been discussed. So we as a, I guess, country, society have to look more at root causes root causes and then start addressing it from the lane of educating on both sides so that you can bridge that, communication gap and start the healing process so that the parent and the young person has an opportunity to have the best quality of life and understand each other's perspective. That was my motivation, because I was much more focused on the youth, because I think you look at the person most in danger first, and then you can supply them with the tools they need for the best healing opportunities.
I'll just jump in real quick if I could. And thank you for reminding me, Gigi, about those tools, because that student self-leadership training that I mentioned, the 5 modules, that's what we focus on, is giving students those tools to be able to handle situations that they come to. So it's that foundational work that we do with them. So things like, what are your assumed constraints? What's holding you back? What are your points of power? Do you know what they are? Do you know where you have more power than others? And are you working on the ones where you have weaknesses? Is it necessary to have all points of power? And so we just have lots of discussion, lots of team building activities with the youth in those areas. They learn about how to write their goals, how to set them, what their personal mission statement is. So it's just all that foundational work that we do that they might be missing in their lives. So they learn that they can have control over how they're responding rather than reacting to situations. So it's a really valuable training.
Michaela, I related a lot to your story and kind of how you got involved with NAMI. I personally got involved when I was about halfway through my college experience. I found NAMI through the volunteer program and then NAMI on campus. And I found that the trainings, like both Karen and Gigi are touching on, allowed me to kind of reshape my story and find a way to empower myself through sharing my lived experience. I had recently just gotten my diagnosis of bipolar disorder, and I didn't know what to do with that. I didn't know where to find community. And when I found NAMI Westside LA, I found other volunteers, other interns, both high school and college aged, who were so able to just really take their story and keep it very real and authentic. And I was so inspired by that. I kind of threw myself into the work as a volunteer. And after graduating, applied for a full-time position. And actually now I run the internship program, but 2 of our other full-time staff members were interns 2 years after me and then a year after me. So it's really exciting to see the growth of these young voices now join our team and then support the interns who are now a part of our fold. And I see them being really impactful leaders in our community in the future. So I'm really glad you touched on that, Michaela, because I think that for us and our affiliate, volunteering and interning provides like trainings, leadership, getting involved in the clubs and the presentations. So would really encourage anyone to just reach out to your local affiliate, give them a call, email the program director, and they're really welcoming and want those perspectives.
Absolutely, I agree.
I'm gonna just hop in. I very much the same as what everyone's been saying of just getting involved. I feel like with our programs, I mean, we take your voice and try our best to kind of paint these programs to what you personally need. It's always great when we have people reach out and go, hey, I really want to like learn more about this topic and I want to bring it to my school. Those are the best, because we know, okay, this is what you're passionate about, and they're in there helping us create these programs and these talks. We had a student from UCI who came and was like, I really want to share awareness of what it's like going through school and what the job of being a psychiatrist is like and what's that all about. And she helped us a huge amount to connect us with people to put that on, and this was really her brainchild for that one, and it was amazing to work as closely with them and create something that she can say, I helped bring this to my campus and share more about that field. We work very closely with a lot of our students to, help provide these talks, provide more resources. We're even beginning to look at other clubs that to really help inspire them to be allies for mental health, so they have resources available. So even if they are a fraternity, a sorority, the knitting club on campus, they too are allies for this mental health and want to promote more mental wellness on their campus. And so we love working with all students there.
Yeah, it's so exciting. We had, I mentioned earlier about the Somali translation that we've done with our materials. So the young gentleman who we just hired in the Somali community actually went through the training as a transitional age youth, and so was so excited about it that he wanted to start training the people in his community in his language, which is just thrilling to see that happen. And so now he has a friend. He says, well, maybe, I can bring someone else on, can we hire somebody else? And so, so it's just nice to see that excitement and just to see the students really, really grasp the materials and want to share it and share the understanding. So I just really love the lived experience. I myself identify as a family member. So I understand like the struggle from that standpoint. And so to have them want to share in their community is just music to my ears. It's just so fulfilling to hear that.
Thanks so much. So we kind of answered a little bit of the next question, but as a youth, what type of support can I find from NAMI for myself and for my family member?
So what I think is really cool at NAMI San Diego is we have the Children, Youth, and Family Liaison Program. That's a program that I work in, and it's really supporting the children, youth, and the family members and trying to connect them with the different resources in our community beyond just what we offer. And so we have like the NAMI Connection support groups, which are so cool and powerful for individuals who are experiencing a mental health condition. But we noticed that there needed to be a support group for families and caregivers. So at NAMI San Diego, we have the PEP support group, and it's Parents Empowering Parents. And it's a place for family members or caregivers to come and get support from each other and just be around people who get it. Like, it can be really isolating and tough. And so I think that's a really cool program that we offer and service. And other things are just reaching out. I think one of the coolest things about NAMI is our mission to support and educate. You can email anyone at NAMI San Diego and they will connect you with a person who will answer your question and have resources for you. And I just think that's so cool because it's a community of people who have lived experience either professionally, personally, or with like a family member. And we've just all come together to share that collective knowledge.
Thank you. I'll share that I would refer to myself as a family member, but also a youth advocate because my sons are youth. I think about what needs to be in place for them to have the best quality of life as well. Because we're African American, I look at where most youth, especially males who are African American, end up too often in the criminal justice mental health system. So it was really important for us to have a specific African American male support group. It was also very important for us to have faith-based groups so that people feel comfort in being around like-minded people from their own community. So when anyone ever calls and asks me, why don't you have this group? I say, we will. You're going to be the facilitator. And so just let me know what support you need to lift that particular group up, whether it's someone calling from the Filipino community and they want to do it in Tagalog, whether it's a young person. We look at what's trending and where the needs are and where the harm is, and then we lift up support groups based on that. So we don't specialize in any particular areas, but lived experience has begun, to be valued with our governor having signed SB 803, and we have one of the Pure Work Investment grants. So it allows us the opportunity to not just look at what's currently there, but also forecast what the needs are and lift up the empowering voices of the individuals who want to help others. And usually it's because they don't want anyone to ever experience what they went to and have no place to turn for support. So that's kind of guides the work that we do at NAMI CC.
Thank you so much. So as a youth supporter, are there tools that a youth supporter could learn to better support their youth at school or at home?
Well, I'll just tell you how I found NAMI, because just as our youth advocates that are here who went to the NAMI clubs on campus. So I mentioned that I'm a family member and my son was really struggling, my younger son, several years ago. And so we were pretty much at our wits' end with how to really help him. And a friend, he is a biracial individual, and so was involved in the justice system as well as a result of the issues he was having with his mental health and co-occurring condition struggles. And so a friend said to me one day, well, you know, have you talked to NAMI? And I said, what's NAMI? This was about 15 years ago. And so I looked up NAMI, found the family to family class, and took that class, and it changed our entire lives. I mean, seriously, it really changed the whole trajectory with how we were working with our young individual who was having so many issues, and just what the professionals were telling us and what, you know, the parole officer was telling us versus what reality was for our family. And so I am so grateful and thankful. And so I stayed in touch. I was already working in the field of youth advocacy for another agency, and started actually working at NAMI about 4 years ago, but collaborated with NAMI that whole time after the family to family class. And when Michaela said about how we're a family, there was another individual that took that class with me, and we found each other at not the very first day I was there. I'm like, wait, why do you look so familiar? And she was actually in my family to family class 13 years earlier. So, and now works at NAMI also as a program manager for the family to family trainings. So it's just so amazing how that happens in such a large city. We are such a small family.
Does anyone else want to elaborate on that question?
Yeah, sure. I can jump in, Karen. I love hearing how people find NAMI. I think it's always fantastic to hear about people's journeys here. And I would just second that education and really learning more about the issues that are currently impacting our youth and creating spaces for them to truly have their voices heard by people who are making decisions and making decisions that will affect their everyday lives at school, whether that's in the school district or even at a higher level. I know NAMI California does wonderful work with policy and advocacy, but for me personally, in my family, I found that referring my mom and my grandparents to family classes and having them really get a solid understanding of what it means to live with a diagnosis and what it means to support someone with a diagnosis, I saw such a change in that 8 weeks, and just how open they were at the end of that to be able to talk about mental health and take a lot of the guilt I think they were feeling around my personal diagnosis and learn what it actually meant and what they could do. It really empowered them to empower me. And so I think engaging in our education programs, whether that's peer-to-peer or family-to-family, is so beneficial.
Yeah, I definitely agree with both of you. You know, engaging in those programs that we have for family-to-family basics. I mean, it's great to have that well-rounded, I think, on both sides. What I've seen too with us doing honest hours, where yes, our programs are for 16 to 24-year-olds, you know, we really want them to have that chance to ask those questions. But I see a lot of parents attend with them, and even with honest hours, ask their questions of how can I start this conversation with my child? How can I help get them to open up? And you know, yes, these programs are for teens, but I think it's great that these parents see okay, I've got a panel of people the same age as my child. What would work for them? How can I start these conversations? So, you know, looking at these, attending with your teen and young adult, and kind of getting involved in in the different help that we have.
So we've talked a lot about, we've talked a little bit about ending the silence today and our NAMI on campus programs today. One thing I wanted to mention with our ending the silence program is that if you are a student on campus and you're looking to advocate and you're looking to start an advocacy club or provide resources, the Ending the Silence program is a big part of our NCHS program. And it's also not only for students, but we also have it for teachers and parents. And I think it's a great way to be able to reach all aspects of your family and those that are supporting you as well. And I just wanted to kind of ask you guys, for anyone that's in your communities or across the state with any affiliate, what is the best way for someone to reach out, whether that be a principal, a school district, a student, or a teacher? What is the best way for them to reach out to start a program like NCHS in their area?
I oversaw the NCHS clubs for San Diego County and Orange County and Imperial County as a regional affiliate, and now I have Imperial Valley and San Diego County. And one of the best ways is honestly having the teacher or the student who is really like the driving force behind it be the one who reaches out. It can be a little hard to bounce between people. So having the person who will be the point of contact has been the easiest for me personally.
We at NAMI Contra Costa have MOUs with school districts around some of our subject matter that are important to us for youth. So we try and encourage and we attend meetings that are superintendent of schools for our county that to make them aware. But it's really hitting the ground and showing up at resource fairs that may not be specific to mental health, but having individuals understand, I mean, we're literally trying to save lives. I mean, the suicide rates are horrific. And so we don't wait for people to find us. We go out and do the outreach. That's why we've hired so many young people. And we have so many young people who are recruiting volunteers in all the ethnic and cultural communities to go out and let people know we're here. Often people have found out about NAMI before they know there's a county program that their taxes pay for, because we have such a fail first system and we're trying to make sure people don't have to fail before they get the support they need. And fail meaning even dropping out of school because they didn't know what they were experiencing. It's a medical condition, because we have blamed individuals for living with a medical condition because we haven't done the work around educating. So our team shows up everywhere we think people who make decisions will be, to share with them how we can help out.
In our experience at NAMI Westside LA, we started a program called NAMI Lunch and Learn, where we go to schools, typically in the summer when students are mainly off campus, and speak with teachers, faculty members, administrators, and counselors, and give an educational presentation on what we can provide during the school year. So we explain what ending the silence is, we explain the questions we typically get, we talk about NAMI on campus programs, so that then we make these individual connections with leaders on the campus. And when they bring us in for ending the silence, typically then we get to make connections with the students who really want to be passionate mental health advocates and view NAMI on campus as a really great platform to do that. So ending the silence and NAMI on campus have been really tied together in our connections. And we found that oftentimes it's the school counselors who then hear about the lunch and learn from another school and will reach out to us and say, you know, I'm one school counselor who has hundreds of students under my care. Like, I really need this assistance and this help. And we're able to come in then and start our presentations at the beginning of the school year by starting our lunch and learns in the summer.
Yeah, and on our end, On the high school level, I think we handle more with faculty. Usually it is those counselors or those teachers that are, passionate about the organization, about the work that we do, and really bringing those resources to the campus. We also do a lot of resource fairs at both high school and college level, just to share what we're doing. If they don't have a NAMI on campus at their school, we can easily start that up. When it comes to our college students, typically that main point of contact, as Michaela was saying, is who we usually deal with. So whether that is the faculty that really wants to start that up at their university, or if it's the college student that is very passionate about it and wants to bring this, that's who we work with to start up those clubs and provide them the resources for advocacy.
Well, thank you so much. I would like to go ahead and move into opening up the floor for a QA session. Angelica is in the background supporting us as a producer, and she's actually going to drop into the chat our NAMI California toolkit for youth that we mentioned. And so if for any reason you're not able to download it from our chat, we also will be sending out an email at the end of next week with a recap of today's event, and we'll also provide that toolkit to you then. So I am going to open up the floor to Q&A and see what questions that we have. And so let's see. Yep, looks like we have one here. Okay. Amelina asked, what are the best apps where people can get support and one-on-one therapy?
I was actually looking at that question right now, and I was going to reply in the chat because I saw that it was a two-parter. A lot of the apps that are available are going to ask for payment, either on a sliding scale, they're going to take some sort of insurance. And the person who asked it also asked or said that the person who's looking for this is not wanting their parents to find out. So I recommend looking at free resources online, and then leaning on the resources offered by the local mental health community, like organizations and the resources at their school. And then if they do have a trusted adult, because I don't know what the situation is, they can ask about the minor consent mental health rights in California. It's State Bill 543, I think. And at a certain age, they can get mental health treatment without needing their parents' permission.
Thank you, Michaela, and Amelina as well for your question. Diane asked, before you get involved in NAMI, how did you handle the stressful situations? And this question looks like it was to Karen.
So really great question, because I clearly was not handling them that well since I was outreaching to friends who were telling me about NAMI. But, I'm a person of faith, so I was working with my faith-based community. I also had a counselor that I worked with, and then sought assistance through, this is, you have to remember, this was probably 15 to almost 20 years ago. So we did not have the resources available now or then that we do now. So going to the treatment providers that my son was seeing at the time were giving me advice. A lot of it was not great advice. So that's why I was looking other places, because it just didn't sound right to me. So things like, cut your child off, and don't, if they relapse, then don't do this and don't do that. And, you need to stop. I kept hearing the word enabling and all of the stigmatizing languages. And so it just did not sound right to me. I thought, how, first of all, do you have children? And, are you able to do that? Because that doesn't sound like someone who is least capable of handling their situation and their mental health situation that we would cut them off. So that questioning is what started me on my journey for seeking help for both my son as well as myself and the rest of our family, and how to handle the stressful part. But you are very correct in that it is extremely stressful having someone that needs so much assistance and is in the situation and not knowing where to turn, which is why I'm so thankful to NAMI. But the other sources now are so much more informed. I mean, they're still working on it, but we're definitely more trauma informed than we were 15 to 20 years ago, which is good. So I do see a lot of progress happening. We obviously need more, but I think personal counseling, I mean, I'm a huge advocate of everyone having therapy and counseling. I just think it really helps. Finding the right person, the right counselor is obviously very important, but it should be part of your whole well-being, mental health well-being. So that, as well as meditating, prayer, wherever you can take your mind to that space and whatever you want to call it, that also is extremely helpful.
I also identified as a family member, so I'd like to answer that, because when I started working in the mental health field, I was working with families and probably carried a little bit of judgment about why can't they live at home? And then I found out right away why that would not be healthy. We know that individuals who live with mental health challenges, sadly, especially those who live with the more severe mental illness, die 20 to 25 years earlier than the general population. But there's also studies that show the family members or the caregivers also have a decreased life expectancy. So it's really critical for family members to find self-care tools. And that's a big part of the programming that we do at NAMI, how to take care of yourself while taking care of your loved one. And a big part of that is the NAMI slogan, "You're not alone." Sometimes most of my work is done in the parking lot after a family-to-family class, when I'm sharing resources with families and where we're sharing tips on how we were able to get more support for our loved ones. The advocacy work is highly stressful, but our children also benefit and love when they see us doing it for them. I think they should have their own safe space to heal, and families need their own, but you wouldn't need family groups if we didn't have the individuals who are most harmed because of a society that has not given enough attention. We had to have a worldwide pandemic that made us all realize how important it is for us to look at mental wellness before we even started addressing some of these issues. But support from others, support groups for family members, that does a lot. But there are times when you do need to put yourself first, just like the pilot will tell you, put on your oxygen mask and then pray that everything is going to be okay. And I've had to do that from time to time. And then I start calling my kids. Hey, I haven't heard from you for a while. Like, well, you told me not to call you. I have twin sons. So it's all, taking care of yourself and finding what works best for you in your own personal toolkit as a family member. When it gets to be too much, you might have to pass the baton to someone as the point of contact, if you have them, for your loved one, so that you're not putting yourself in a place where you too may need, some extra care because you haven't taken care of yourself. Walks, sunlight, prayer, eating properly, all of that is needed when you have a loved one who lives with a severe mental illness.
Exercise, yeah. I want to address one other group, and that is the sibling group. So because I have two children, and so the sibling, I think, has a huge struggle also. And so there might be siblings here with us right now. And so I want to hold some hope for you as well and emphasize how important it is for you to have your voice heard as well, because you're part of the family unit. There's so much attention being paid to the individual who is struggling and who is ill, and you maybe feel like you're being left out, or they're getting more attention and you're not. I mean, those sibling issues go with us through our whole lives. So I just want to acknowledge you if you're here, and to let you know that we understand your struggle and that you are very validated in having those feelings that you have. And so it's really important to pay attention to them, to label them, put names on them, and have a voice about them as well.
Thank you, Karen. We have hired TAE that are family members as well, that are siblings, so that there's a space for individuals to also share that label for young people, because it can really destroy relationships when the understanding isn't there.
We have time for just one more question. And this question is for Elizabeth. Eve would like to know, is ending the silence usually presented in a specific grade level and type of class, or do you ask random teachers to have ending the silence presented? Are core class teachers open to it?
That's a great question, Eve. So ending the silence is for middle school and high school students. We have given a few presentations at the college level as well, and we get young adult presenters who are in the college age range for them. But for our affiliate, we mainly do 6th through 12th grade. And we've found that core teachers are very open to this. So at one high school for the last 3 years, we've gone to the same 9th grade English teacher's classroom and presented to every 9th grade class that she has. So every single 9th grader at that school receives ending the silence as they go into high school. At other schools, sometimes a larger assembly works for them, or if they have an advisory period, oftentimes there's some like larger school gatherings, but we've found that the discussions that come out of a smaller classroom setting are more intimate, and often students are more comfortable asking more personal questions and connecting more with the presenters. But really, however we can get this education to the schools, we're willing to work with the counselors, with the teachers. I will say that we've presented the most to like English, history, and health classrooms, but we've presented in science and STEM classrooms as well. It really just depends on how flexible their curriculum is to be able to give up a class period. But we work with each school, and that's kind of what the Lunch and Learns do too, is going into the school year, teachers, my whole family are teachers, they like plan their curriculum in the summer, and they can see where they have room in their schedule for leaving a block open to our mental health education. That's a great question. Thank you, Eve.
Well, a special thank you to each of you for presenting today on behalf of your affiliate and really on behalf of youth. And so we are going to take a 5-minute break. For those that are interested in connecting with their affiliate, NAMI California will link you in the chat to namica.org /affiliates so that you can connect with them. After our 5-minute break, we will return at 2:15 for our first coping mechanism workshop. So we'll see you in just a bit. Thank you all. Well, welcome back, everyone. That seemed to be a pretty quick break. I hope everyone was able to stretch their legs a little bit. I am, let's see here, Angela and Lisa, are you guys able to come on screen? For some reason, I'm not able to see you.
I can see myself right now. So do you see me now?
That just might be a me thing then.
How you doing, Tori?
Wonderful, wonderful. We're super excited to be able to announce our first workshop.
I can't unmute. I'm sorry.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
So, Angela, did I do something wrong? Tori, did I do something wrong? I don't know.
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Everything is good to go. So I'm going to go ahead and hand the floor right over to you guys for your workshop.
Okay. And
So
are you,
Tori-
you're going to, oh, go ahead, Angela.
Yeah, I was going to share slides, Tori. Can I do that now?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Let's see. Looks like you have the permissions to do so.
All right. I will go ahead and do that.
Is there a reason why I'm not on? Is that, or you can see me or you can't see me?
I can see you, Lisa. Can you see the slides? Are we good?
I can see the slides, but I can't see myself. Okay, so maybe
It must
it's a
be your view. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I was able to.
Oh, there we are.
spotlight you both
There we
now.
are. I
Got it all fixed.
I'm getting better at this as we are doing more and more Zooms, right? So I'm endorsing. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today.
Yes, thank you very much. I was happy. It's such an amazing thing that we're all throughout the state of California. I'm from San Diego, California. So I'm at the bottom. Then we have people all the way to the top of California. We have people across the country that are here as well that are joining us. And Angela, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Angela Sullivan. I work in the Recovery International headquarters office just outside of Chicago, Illinois. And I am pleased to be here. It's so nice to be able to present our teen and young adult program anywhere we can. It's based on a nearly 85-year-old method that's been proven to work. So it's really wonderful to have this opportunity. I'm just quickly going to check. I'm looking at the chat and someone said I can only see part of the PowerPoint. I'm wondering if anyone else is having that problem. So Tori, you're going to check on that for us.
Yeah, it looks good on my end. So I just sent a message
I'm
out to
okay.
check on
I'm
everyone.
okay.
Okay, I hope so. All right, great.
So we said hello. We're going along with the slides. We will have a lot of fun in our presentation because we're really cool for the kids. We're really hip, even at our ages. So I wanted to say hi, and I hope you guys are waving back at me. And we'll go on to the next slide, please.
And we do invite you, if you want to connect with us, maybe at the end of the presentation, to put your name and contact information in the chat, and we can get you some information back. Certainly welcome to do that.
Right. So who have we served in California or across the country? I don't need to read them all. You can see that we have a very big presence in with Recovery International. So we've done we partner with NAMI in many different things here in San Diego as well across the country. And if anybody would like to see the NBC News, when I was on the news and a series that was done here on last year, you're welcome to. And now next week, I'm having reporters follow me around with the Union Tribune, and we'll have a link to that too on our website as soon as it comes out as well. Okay. Next slide. So let's just do a couple guidelines so that we are all on the same page. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. This is going to be an interactive, and so please participate. We want you to participate. It's just not Angela and I talking to you. There is no wrong answers. You can ask anytime, any questions anytime in the chat or at the end. I want to reassure you that this is a safe place to share, and anything that is said here will stay here. If it's noisy in your background, please be on mute, and that way everybody can hear each other, which we know now that everybody is on mute. So let's go on to the next slide. Okay, we're going to take a quick survey.
Tori, I don't know if we were able to do this. This is something that we had asked if it could be set up, and I'm not sure your polling is set up. And if not, that's fine. We could do kind of just a raise of hands as well.
Yes, I went ahead and launched it. It should
Excellent,
pop up
thank
now.
you.
Okay, so how would you describe your level of stress today? Feeling real stressed, feeling calm, mid, in the middle, high stress. Okay.
Answers are coming in. We seem to be pretty 70, 80 some percent. We're climbing a little bit into that mid-level, moments of calm and moments of stress level.
Right. Okay. 52% have participated. Anybody else want to put an answer in there, or we can just, it's okay if you don't? Okay, we don't know who's taking the survey, so if you don't want to answer, that's still okay, but we don't know who put their name in if they're feeling stressed as well.
And hopefully you get some tools today that will actually take that number down a little bit for you.
Correct.
All right, I think I'm going to end the poll. Thank you very much for participating.
Okay, so we got to take this. Oh, maybe I do that. Let's see.
Done. Yeah, the poll
okay.
take down yourself. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, good. So what gets you worked up? And so we're going to talk about a few things with what can get us worked up. And we say those little things that can get us worked up. And we hear the word about situations, people, places that can cause you stress. Like our computer doesn't work, or we type up that whole email and then it's gone. We know we saved it. We're really sure we saved it. Traffic can get us worked up. How many likes you get on Facebook, you have to take a test, and so on. There's a lot of other things that could get you stressed. It can get you stressed out. You know, you can have a flat tire and you're running late already. And if you have a cup of coffee that you went to Starbucks and they didn't make it the right way, they put sugar in it and you want it sweet and low. So let's go on to the next slide.
And actually there's people contributing to this, Lisa.
Oh, good.
And if anyone else wants to contribute some of the things that do get you worked up, those trivial kind of small events in the chat, Diane added deadlines. Deadlines.
Yes. Deadlines. Yes. Deadlines. And it's a deadline that you didn't know was going to become a deadline, right?
The surprise deadlines.
Right.
That
Surprise
make you have to drop
something.
everything. Right.
Diane, let's see. Okay, let's go on.
Anything else?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Family. Yes. Good. Family. Yes. Can get us worked up. You know, like when you want to use the car and you can't use the car, or you don't get invited to that party and everybody else is invited to the party. You know, that can get us worked up. Okay. Next slide. Mom comes over. Yes. And you didn't know, right? And you want the house to look a certain way. Thank you. Okay. Next slide. Okay. Go ahead.
So we have a proven program, and it's the recovery method. And we took that and did an introductory workbook for teens and young adults. So this is called Power Your Mind, Tools to Build Resilience. And we're talking about that kind of middle school through college age, except that I've had people who are well into adulthood who have said, I really like this. You know, I like the comic panels. I like that it's an easy introduction to the method. So the program is offering us life skills. These are coping skills to control anger, alleviate anxiety, and basically maintain peace. in either your workplace, your school, your home, wherever that is. That's the goal of this program. So we're going to talk about the following things today. So first of all, we're going to give you a couple of concepts because there is some special recovery international language they have to learn first. So we're going to talk about the difference between angry and fearful temper, and then things we can and can't control. We're also going to, highlight those trivial events that Lisa started talking about earlier, and learn to congratulate ourselves for our efforts. And this is called endorsing. So everyone take a quick second to go pat on the back just for being here today. You took time out of your Saturday for your mental health. There's a tool that we'll talk about, lots of tools we'll talk about, but one is that we treat our mental health as a business, not a game. And that's what you did today. You took this seriously and said, I'm coming on to this session. We're also going to talk about this 4-step method and framing the situation that gets us worked up into a very structured method to help work ourselves down. And along the way, you're going to learn a lot of cognitive behavioral tools, things that we call spots, to calm ourselves. So that's our program. And because everyone is on mute, I'm going to really just have you utilize that chat box as much as possible. So we start off our program. And when I say this is a workbook. This is an independent workbook. I'm holding it up here. And we also have an opportunity to layer on a workshop for that to facilitate participants through it, but it really is an independent workbook. And the thing that we start with is some of these testimonials that we've heard about our program. And we have you look at these and say, are there any kind of key words or phrases that really kind of resonate with you that one day you might want to say about yourself, or you might want to have family members or friends say about you? And I'm not going to do this now, but of course we ask everyone to just reflect on what would that sentence be? What would that goal be for yourself? And then at the end of this workbook, we come back to it and just see if you've made progress through using the method and using the tools and practicing those and really applying those to see if you've kind of moved the needle on where you are toward that goal. So that's how we start the program. And we're going to introduce all these concepts and tools through 6 characters. So you're going to meet Max and Terry today, but there's others. And we do this through telling their story through a comic panel. So this is a graphic novel workbook. So I know you can't see this. We're going to go ahead and meet Max in a little bit, and I'll make that bigger. So let's start off and go ahead and use the chat box here. When you think of the word temper, what are some of the things that come to mind? And those might include feelings that you have, emotions, or even physical changes. So I already see the chat box working here. Impatient. Okay, thank you for that. Anyone else, when you hear the word temper, what comes to mind for you? Yes, Lisa.
Yelling.
Yelling. Okay. Impatient was a good one. Yelling, state of mind, angry, anger. I know a lot of angers here.
I also say, crying sometimes.
Crying, upset. So someone put that. Lack of control, easily annoyed. These are all fear. Thank you, Billy, for fear. So hitting objects. So it could be a physical impulse that you have. Good. So what we're introducing you today to is 2 different kinds of temper. There is angry temper. And so this one is where you feel that someone really did wrong by you. It was their fault that made you upset, got you worked up. Maybe you were supposed to meet someone and that person never showed up. Maybe you got cheated out of some deal, or you're in school and you're one of the classmates got you in trouble when you didn't do anything, or you feel like you didn't do anything. Someone else's fault. That is angry temper. And you can see Max here, he's got little steam coming out of his head here. I'm really steamed. I'm really getting worked up. Now I want you to think about something a little bit different. You might make a decision to do something and it doesn't quite meet your expectation. How does that make you feel? So go ahead, use that chat box again. What physical changes do you experience when something didn't meet your expectation? And perhaps it was your own fault. Perhaps I didn't get my point across clearly. During this presentation, I was having problems with the Zoom and I couldn't see something. I feel like it's kind of my fault that something happened. How do you feel then? So go ahead and enter your thoughts here for us. Call myself names. Air hunger. Thank you, Rexy. Air hunger. So a little shortness of breath. We do have our own language in recovery. And I know we have some recovery people on here, and to others that might seem a phrase you don't know, but you'll learn that along the way. Disappointment, body temperature rises. I know when I'm embarrassed personally, of course, I get red in the face, I get red in the neck, can't control that. Frustration with myself, low self-esteem.
Yeah, I worry when I have fearful temper. I'm worrying that I did something wrong. Sometimes I say, I'm sorry a lot. Like, oh, I'm sorry for making a mistake, and it may not even be. Apologize a lot when I maybe didn't even make a mistake.
So this is that second temper we're introducing you to today. So this is fearful temper. We feel we're in the wrong. We might be confused about our meeting time. We're the ones who made the mistake and left our friend stranded there for an hour. We maybe said something hurtful and now we're feeling bad about it, hurt someone's feelings. So these are kind of side by side, the differences here between our angry temper and some sentences that kind of help clarify what that means versus that fearful temper when I am in the wrong. And part of the recovery method is to identify that. We're going to judge that, but we're also going to then learn how to replace that insecure negative thought we're feeling with a secure thought. And we're going to give you tools to do that all along the way. So we're going to start by, we're going to meet Max. Max is outside of a movie theater. He's waiting for a friend and she is late. So I'm going to kind of zoom in here so you can see this a little bit better. And he's saying, Terry is late. We're going to miss the start of a movie. I'm really getting steamed. So he is getting upset, but Max has taken this training. So we're going to go into Max's mind, and his conscience here is going to say, wow, Max is pretty upset. How can we help him turn his frustrations into something positive? Maybe he doesn't have to blame or accuse anyone or control how he acts or reacts to something that already happened. Or let anger keep him from seeing both sides of the story. And finally, just not take it personally. So we're going to go back to Max here, and Max is realizing, you know what? I don't know why she's late. Maybe she's stuck in traffic or something else is going on. I have to relax. There's a few showings in the next 40 minutes, and we can catch one of those if she's really late. So this is participatory again, remember. So go ahead in the chat, tell me, based on what we learned about angry and fearful temper, which kind of temper do you think Max is experiencing in this situation? Go ahead and pop that into the chat. I'm seeing angry tempers pop up here. Angry temper because he is upset with Terry. He's frustrated and he's feeling frustrated. Good. So you kind of jump to my second question too. That's perfectly fine. Absolutely. He is an angry temper. He feels Terry did something wrong to him, and this is why he's getting upset. Very good. So very basic first skill that we're learning. How do we separate angry versus fearful temper? And again, I said, Max went through this training. So you might, I probably should have numbered these, would have been a little bit easier given we're on chat, but Max used some phrases. He used some tools, as we call them. We also call these spots, to replace some of those negative insecure thoughts he was having with secure ones. And if you look at this list, you'll recognize a few of those. And if you want to write it, you could just write just count the dots and say, oh, dot 3 or dot 4 or bullet 4 or whatever. But tell me what you heard him use or what he could have used in this situation to calm himself. So go ahead and pop some numbers in the chat for me. That's certainly easier than writing the whole thing out. Bullet 4. So if we can't change a situation, we can change our attitude toward it. Thank you very much. That was helpful. Anyone else have one of the tools that he used or he could have used? I have a 14-year-old daughter, and when we started this program, she loves people do things that annoy us, usually not to annoy us. And she uses that every day. I see Rexy popped in bullet 8, which is the one I just said, and we excuse rather than accuse ourselves and others. And I see someone put calm begets calm, temper begets temper, all good ones. So Lisa, my partner here, has taught me something very valuable throughout this, throughout the program, is that really, if you're not sure what tool can be helpful, close your eyes, point your finger, and virtually any tool can help. So I really thank Lisa, and I know she has, yeah, there you go. A lot of people have used that method. I'm just not sure which one. Well, pick one and see if it really could apply. Fran put the last one, temper keeps us from seeing the other side of the story. And he did say, Max did say, I don't know, maybe she's stuck in traffic or something else is going on. So that is the other side of the story that he just doesn't know yet. Thank you all for participating. We're going to keep participating now. So the first lesson I'm going to do right here for internal and external environment. First, I unfortunately can't see everyone, right? But no one's looking. You're on Zoom. Go ahead and put your arm out in front of you and stretch out, wiggle the tips of your fingers. And if you want, if you're in a spinny chair like me right now, you can actually just spin around. I'm going to twirl. I love twirling here. This is my internal environment. Everything out to the tips of my fingers. And that's it. That is it for all of us. So go ahead and pop in the chat there. What does that mean? What things can you control in your internal environment? Today I woke up and I said, I'm feeling like wearing blue today, right? One of the things I can control was what I was going to wear today, and what necklace I was going to use to match. So I've got people putting in here in control to relax. Your mood is in your control. What else is our control? I love the participation here.
The question is, what can you control?
What can we control? What I think about. Thank you, Fran. What I think about, certainly in control.
We can control what we say. Right? We learn in recovery.
Our actions.
Right.
Yep. Thanks, Jillian. Don't rush what you put your energy on, right? Where you choose to focus. Great. Those are all body language. Great. Thanks, Tori. Those are all good things that we absolutely do have control of. And then there's this. There's that external environment. I can't control my dog that's going to be barking in the yard soon or outside my door scratching. I can't control her. I can't control the weather today. What else can't we control? So much we can't control.
I like what was just put in the chat now, other people's reaction.
Other people's reactions or actions. Absolutely. You have no control over the kid sitting next to you in school doing this with his pencil, right? No control over that. The news.
Judy just put in the news. Yeah. And Diane put in can't control the time when you're late. Things like something might happen, right? We can't control people. There's a spot that we say we can't control people, places, or things. We can't control that. These things happen.
Excellent. Thank you for the participation. So we're going to go on to meet Terry.
Oh,
So
that's funny.
Terry,
Wait 1 second. Somebody
I
put in,
see it.
somebody kicking my seat on an airplane. Can we all relate to that? Absolutely.
I love that one,
We
Lynn.
can't control if the car breaks down. We can't control if we get a flat tire. Absolutely.
And Diane,
Oh.
thanks for that, because that's a lead into our next comic panel here.
Right.
So now we're going to meet Terry. So Terry is the one that Max is waiting for, and she is stuck in traffic in that blue car going, arg, getting very upset about that. So here is Terry. Lisa, you want to go ahead and read this one for me?
Sure. So go ahead. Okay, the what the chats are, what
No,
they're saying.
just what Terry is saying. Yeah.
So she's really upset, and she's like, "Oh no, I'm so late. These people are idiots." And I can't see what the last one says. I'm sorry.
It says,
Angela.
I shouldn't have taken this road.
Oh, I shouldn't have taken this road. And she's like worried, what will Max think?
So
Right?
yeah, and so here we have a couple of different things. In this one little comic panel, we've got two different types of anger being temper being shown here. So we have angry temper at the drivers, right? The drivers are idiots. But we also have fearful temper at herself. I shouldn't have taken this road. She's blaming herself for taking that turn. I'm going to check my chat real quick.
Fearful temper that the car's going to break down. I'm going to have to call in, and they aren't going to believe me. That's true.
That's true,
Yeah,
right? So
absolutely.
here's a good example of how you can have one situation and both angry and fearful temper happening at the same time. So I'm going to click here to the rest of Terry. So again, Terry's taken this training. So in her mind, we're going in there. Terry is worked up. How can we help her adjust her attitude? She can't change the situation, but she can change her reaction. Comfort is a want, not a need. And this is an average situation. There's no need to stress or fear danger. So she decides, well, I can't change being in this stupid traffic, but I don't need to stress. I'll be fine. And for this last slide, I want to remind you, she is at a complete stop, totally stuck in traffic. So this is why it's okay for her to text, right? Because she's in a car. I'll just text Max, I'm almost there. We can catch a later show. There was a tool we saw earlier, I believe, with Max, and that was plan, decide, act.
Yeah, drop the judgment.
Yeah, and plan, decide, act. And she's already saying like, well, we'll catch a later show. So Lisa, can you sum up for me just briefly, what is the situation Terry finds herself in?
That she's worried she's going to be late.
Okay, and that's how she's getting worked up. So again, in the chat, what are some of the things that are out of her control? Their external environment. She cannot control what? Go ahead and put them in the chat for me. Traffic. Thank you, Jillian. She can't control the traffic. Lots of traffic's probably are going to pop up here.
She can't control the time of the movies that are being bad drivers.
She can't control the bad drivers. Maybe someone got into an accident which caused all the traffic.
The traffic, yeah.
She can't control how Max will react. Very good.
Right.
And I see, Lynn, you jumped ahead to my next question. What is in Terry's control? Her reaction to the situation. And also in Terry's control, Billy, I'm not sure if you meant that for question 1 or 2. Feelings I see in here. What Terry also can control is what her next step is. She can call or text her friend. She can turn on music to maybe help calm herself. Very good. She can find that solution, which is let's try to go to another show. Again, thank you very much for that participation. So here we've got another set of tools we're going to introduce you to. Now, all in all, in this workbook, there are 180 tools packed in this. And when I say tools, I mean these sentences, these positive, secure thoughts that can replace those negative thoughts. And, but we introduce those in little kind of chunks. So by theme, if you will. We had some for angry temper,
Now here are some different ones for fearful temper. Tristan was on a session, the youth panel that I saw earlier today, and I heard her say a number of times, humor is a coping mechanism. And of course, my mind immediately went to the tool that we have, which is humor is our friend, temper is our enemy. So go ahead and again, you want to just number the bullets and put them in the chat. What tools did Terry use to calm herself, or what could she have used? Because a lot of these apply even if she didn't use them. Seven, I got to count down, 5, 6, 7. I think that was temper maintains and intensifies systems. Helplessness is not hopelessness. Good. Any others that you see?
I'll share one. Fear is a belief, and beliefs can be changed. We have a lot of fear that we've done something wrong, you know, so we have a lot of fearful temper.
Good. Thank you, Lisa. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, look at Fran. Fran has a lot of spotting. Good,
Oh,
Fran.
look at you, Fran. You go. Excuse rather than accuse. Calm begets calm. Temper begets temper. I like the decide, plan, and act. I mean, she pulled out that phone and said, let's just go to another show. Have the will to bear discomfort. So there's a lot of opportunities here to replace those negative, insecure thoughts with more secure ones. So we get to, in this book, the backbone of the recovery method. This is the 4-step method. And we're going to talk about this in terms of Max really quick. But the first step in this is really just stick to the facts. When you talk about the situation you were in, you're removing the emotion. And I'll show you how that works. The second step, what were those thoughts, feelings, and emotions that you had? The third one is, what kind of temper did you experience? And what tools did you use to calm yourself? And this is an important one. Did you endorse? Did you go, you know what? I recognize that I got myself out of that kind of thinking and instead improved. And then the fourth step is also important because this shows your progress. Something probably would have been a lot different had you not used these tools to calm yourself. The situation would have gone differently, but instead there was a different outcome. So I'm going to just walk you through Max really quick in the 4-step method. So step 1, this is brief. I was waiting for a friend. She was late. That's when I started to get worked up. Very simple, very brief. He stuck to the facts. Step 2, his symptoms. Well, he was clenching his jaw. He was thinking angry thoughts. Step 3, he identifies that he was an angry temper, that she kept me waiting. I spotted that I should excuse, not accuse. I shouldn't take it personally. Maybe she couldn't help it. And I endorsed for realizing I can control my reaction. And in that 4th step, you know, before this, I would have yelled at her when she got here. We would have fought. It would have ruined the whole evening. Now I can relax and figure out a plan B. So very different outcomes that happened, you know, applying those tools. Sorry, I'm going to go to my chat really quick. Diane, I got a flat tire, surprised, upset. Oh, well, not my fault. Get the tire fixed. Very good. I mean, that's really a trivial event in the scheme of things. 99% of what we deal with this life is trivial. There are, of course, traumatic events or big events like weddings and death in the family and things that are big, but they don't happen that often. Most of what can get us worked up are these small things that happen every day. And in the scheme of things, that flat tire or being stuck in traffic is a trivial event, as long as you're not in harm's way for anything. So we're going to work through this one together. And Lisa, I'm going to ask you I think you did this before, just again, very briefly, step 1 for Terry's situation, describe what she was dealing with.
She was worried what Max would say. They had a plan. So when she thought about that, she got into symptoms.
Good. And step 2, her symptoms, we saw her if you really
Holding
paid
the wheel
attention,
tight,
right, she was
right, holding
clenching.
the wheel tight. She had maybe her heart was racing, we don't, and a rise in feelings, and maybe some lowered mood tones, and the impulse to blame herself for taking the wrong road.
Good. In step 3, we noticed that she was an angry temper over the other drivers in the traffic, and she certainly was in fearful temper over her taking that wrong turn, which led to her being stuck where she was. She used a number of tools, and we just went through those earlier, so I'm not going to repeat that. And then step 4, describe the outcome. So before this program, we can make some guesses here because Terry didn't say this herself. Before the program, she would have arrived, her and Max would have fought. She would have been maybe so upset about the situation, she just wanted to turn around and go home.
Yeah, they could have broken up, who knows, and that's
Right.
really important to say that, that we learned from this program that calm begets calm and temper begets temper. And so these little things that can be treated as an emergency, we keep ourselves calm by changing our thoughts from insecurity, excuse me, to security. Next
of course,
slide.
thank you.
Okay.
And we didn't know the final outcome of their story, but we can imagine that she arrived, they saw a different showtime, and everything was, worked out fine.
Uh-oh.
What?
Oh, mine went away. I don't know what happened. Let's see.
You still should be seeing.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Sorry. All of a
So-
sudden it was like, uh-oh. Okay.
That was really a quick way to just kind of go through a couple of concepts and chapters of this book, but there's a lot more. And I of course, we don't have the time to go through that, but will training, we are learning to identify that situation and what we're feeling and replace those negative thoughts with positive ones, using humor to help work ourselves down. One of the sections I really like is thinking about being group-minded. And there's a number of groups that all of us belong to. And I am going to take a moment here in the chat to just say, tell me what groups you belong to. And it could be anything from you play soccer and your team is a group that you identify with. Your friends are a group. You might have a job where you've got a group of people at that store or restaurant or wherever it might be that you work with. So go ahead and type in that chat. What are some groups that you identify with? The over 50s group. I identify with that. My family. Thank you, Judy. Parents.
My children.
Teens.
Yeah.
Okay. Other teens.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Other
Glenn.
teens. Good.
Yep.
Yeah.
School.
Right.
Yep. You've got your classmates at school. NAMI is a group you belong to. Work or coworkers. Good. Neighbors. It's a good group, especially if you're part of like a homeowners association. Sisters, pets. Good. These are all good groups. Anyone out there, an athlete, play soccer, you're in the choir, you're any of those things. And you can keep them coming. But what I want you to really think about for just a quick moment is the way you act when you're in those groups and the decisions you make are being group minded. In that situation, performing arts, Haley, if you decide to read a different script from a different play while everyone else is performing the play they're supposed to be, that's not going to go so well, right? You're being very group minded here. Mental health workers. So this is a really interesting chapter to really think about how we can act in a way that is good for the group versus good for the self. And there are times that, of course, we have to think about ourselves, and that's perfectly appropriate. But it's interesting, I think, for the teenagers to really kind of think about more than just themselves. Of course, you're going to get more spotting tools along the way. We have lots and lots of them, and more practice on the 4-step method with your own examples, not just the examples in the stories. So this is just kind of a quick look at what a page of the book looks like. But I want everyone to go to, type it in here, poweryourmind.org, because there you'll get a short little video if you want to see that overview of the program. There's also a place to download chapter 1 for free. So that's that angry and fearful temper we work through, and just get a sense of what that book looks like. I just wanted to direct you to that. Of course, at the end of the program, you are going to get tools for just about everything you can possibly think of. We even have tools for endorsing. And some, just because we put them in a box and we say it's a tool for temper or trivialities doesn't mean it can't be used for another purpose, okay? But we are just trying to make it easier to learn some of these. And frankly, everyone just kind of ends up with their favorites ultimately out of the program. So at the end of that 7 chapters, we really go back and reflect on that personal goal that we did in the beginning, and to see, was there some progress made? I'm curious, just because you listened to us for the last all of 30 minutes, if anyone wants to share in the chat that you feel like, I could probably work some of my situations down by using this method and learning more tools. I'd be interested to see that just on our quick little panel overview that we did, if you're interested in sharing that with us. 9. I like the 9.
Oh, good. That's good.
The website is poweryourmind.org. So I can put that back in here.
Happy.
Poweryourmind.org. So also in that website, you'll see a place if you're interested in ordering a book. You can get that off of Amazon or off of our website. We also, if anyone is associated with a group, a youth group, a church group, you're at your synagogue, an after school club, anything like that, that you think this could be really beneficial for your group, please reach out to me. We'd be happy to do a session with you and go ahead and try to set something up so people can start using it. If anyone is interested in becoming a trainer for the program, we do have a Train the Training program on May 16th and 19th. And I will put my contact information. It is pretty simple. It's Angela at recoveryinternational.org. So if you have any of those kinds of opportunities, or if you have a group, if you're interested in training, go ahead and, give us a shout. And if you haven't gotten to that website, here's another opportunity for you to get there with your phone and the QR code. Again, sample chapter 1 is there. There's also helplines and some other youth organizations that you might find helpful for yourself on the resource page. Check my time here really quick.
Okay.
Lisa, you want to talk about
sure.
these?
So for the older ones, I would never turn anybody away, but Recovery International was started almost 85 years ago by Dr. Abraham Lowe. And the first book he wrote was Mental Health Through Will Training. And that's the book that we use in the traditional meetings of Recovery International. We also have the Wisdom of Dr. Lowe, which is small little paragraphs that we use to little paragraphs with all the what's the word I'm looking for? Oh no, I'm a little nervous.
So
that you
resources,
can find out resources, where they are and all of his
where they're
writings.
from.
Yeah, and then Manage Your Fear, Manage Your Anger. He interviewed a lot of his patients. And for those that don't know, Dr. Lowe was a pioneer even before NAMI. Now we're partners with NAMI Recovery International. We are going to do the NAMI walk next week here in San Diego, and a lot of our affiliates across the United States and Canada and Puerto Rico all participate with NAMI as well. But he believed that there was no hopeless case. And so in Manage Your Fear, Manage Your Anger, he does talk about his patients and some of the things and how they got well using his method. And we still read that book as well. And then Peace versus Power in the Family. It's one of my favorite books because my Thanksgiving table now is a lot different than how it used to be before recovery. And that last one is going to come out sometime before June. Is our workbook that gives a lot. It's a kind of a structured book for how to learn our method, and we're really excited about that. Next slide, please.
Yeah, this one's going to be kind of hot off the press here in about 4 weeks or so. So also,
and guess what? Yeah. And guess what?
Yeah.
You're the first presentation that Angela and I are doing that get to see this here. Okay, next slide.
So
please.
also an introductory to the method, but maybe a little more adult geared. It doesn't have the comic panels in there.
So we do have for those that would like to see a welcome meeting via Zoom is Tuesdays on Zoom at 6 p.m. Pacific. And we also have one led on Wednesdays, 12 p.m. Pacific. And we'll go through how it got started. I would never turn any kid away. The guidelines are really 18 and older, but if somebody could sit through, we've had that many times, they're more than welcome to come. The writing is so much better in The Power of Your Mind because it's more kid friendly as the ones that were written by Dr. Lowe. And you're all welcome to register. So whenever you would like to, if you'd like to, you can always, can you have the next slide, Judy? Angela? We also have a meeting in Spanish. That's on Fridays at 11 o'clock. And we have an email for Spanish if anybody wants to email Valerie. And it's the same method. It's all been translated into Spanish. And as I learned today in many things, we'd like to have many other languages, but so far that's it. So far, I'd like to have it in many others, as we say. Next slide. First, we're going to take a minute and we're going to endorse. We're going to give a high five in the air. Give yourself a mental pat on the back or a high five for participating today and endorse. And we want to just thank you. We want to thank you for listening to us talk. We really like sharing why our method works and why it's a good method. It's stood the test of time. It's the oldest method on the block. And so that next slide will have all of our info. I think it says questions, right?
Yeah, and Diane asked a question, is there a cost for the meeting on Tuesdays at 6 p.m., the welcome meeting?
Well, we do pass a basket. We would never turn anybody away. We are peer run and we are nonprofit. We pass a basket just like we would if we were in face-to-face, but we would never say you can't come if you don't put something in the basket as well. I also lead with Judy Baki, who's been leading for many, many years as well. Judy and I used to speak all over San Diego, and when COVID hit, we decided that we'd do it once a month, and it was so important that we decided we better do it every week. And it's a 4-week series, and it repeats, it constantly repeats. So if you miss one, you'll catch up on the next one. And we love doing it because we always can remember that we were all there at the beginning. Okay. Anybody have any questions for us?
Really want to thank everyone for participating. I know chat isn't certainly as much fun as being face-to-face and all of that, but I appreciate that you got into this and you participated, and I really hope people take away
Wait a minute, we
a
have
couple
a
little
question.
ideas. We do.
Did you talk about Recovery International? I missed the very beginning. It is from the recovery. It is for recovery from
for anything, right?
Right. Yes. Yeah. So
So-
it's not recovery. It's not recovery from drugs. It's recovery from our symptoms. From symptoms like, anybody can come to our meetings. So if somebody's having a problem with, I don't like to get on a plane, so I have a lot of fearful temper, like Angela explained about. However, I get on the plane because that's the way I'm going to go see those wonderful grandkids. Then I don't like to sometimes leave my area, and I use the method quite often for that. But anybody's welcome to come to. We are court mandated, so we can always do that as well if anybody needs that. We still have 10 minutes for questions. Please feel free to ask your questions. So we have 10 minutes. Yahoo! So, but people that have had, we work real well with the 12-step meetings. So we're not here to talk about stop drinking, but we're here to teach somebody another method that will help you with the impulse of going to a party and everybody's hey, you want a beer? You want a beer? And you can learn that impulse to not say yes and feel that uncomfortableness or walk away so you don't have a setback of such. Okay, is this in various counties? This is Diane. Yes, we're very happy to say throughout the state of California, we are very, 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 very endorsing big time. Well, we're around. We have a big presence in LA. We have a very big presence in San Francisco, the Bay Area, and all the way up the coast. San Diego is really a big area as well, and that's where I am. But since we're on Zoom, we really have a lot. How much of life consists of triviality? Good question, Billy. 95%. 95%. The other things that they don't. So and in our meetings, we don't talk about sex, religion. We don't give advice. That's for the professional to do. Where can you find out about our meetings? So let's put our website up. If you can show that, please, Angela.
I will. I actually will take everyone right to the Find a Meeting page when I put this link in, just to make it that much easier for you. And because I know people are asking about, where are we? Well, there are some face-to-face meetings, but there's a lot of meetings via Zoom and phone. So it doesn't really matter location-wise where you are. And you can always find a meeting. So I sent a link to find a meeting. And I think the other question was here, can anyone attend? Anyone over 18, I know some states it's 16 and over can attend, but even if they're younger and a parent goes with, go to the welcome meeting. I think that's the best place to start. Or certainly go ahead and look at the Power Your Mind book that was on the website. That does retail for $19.95 on Amazon, as well as the our Recovery International bookstore.
So the link, Diane, I see your question. The link is recoveryinternational.org. It'll take you right to our website. And you can scroll across. If you have any problems being able to get a hold of how can we get more services to our area? I believe RI used to be in Temecula. It was. I remember when I used to have that area leader, that group leader come down to my area. Yes, well, right now, they can come to Zoom. They're more than welcome to come to Zoom. We need leaders. That's as the story, as we all say. I would love to have a meeting up there. That's part of my area. So we're always looking for leaders, and leaders training is continuously going on. So yeah, so thank you for that question, Jillian. or phone meetings too. Thank you, Judy. Yeah, we have phone meetings that people can participate in as well. I was just going to say that that if you need help to register or whatever, you can always call my email. Can we put my email in there for the traditional meetings as well, which is Lisa at Okay, all right, Tori. I see 4 minutes to wrap up. Okay, I'll talk quick. Okay. Oh, Jillian, you want to come through our trainings? Okay, great. You can email me. Okay, she's putting it in the chat right now. I'll say it out loud. Lisa at recoveryinternational.org, or the San Diego office number is 619-383-2084. I'll say it again, 619-383-2084. And if anybody else wants to be in touch with us, you're more than welcome to email us. We will get back. Angela gets back to you like that. I'm more like a 1, 2, then I get back. But Angela is like that. Okay, I promise you.
I see another question here from Eve. This book would be good for anyone, not just those with anger issues. Also, are you working on a version for the itty bitty kids? We are not working on anything younger than the middle school age at this moment. Who knows? That could be in our future, but not at this time.
Right. This is what I would say to everybody that's here. A calm house. It's not that they can't learn it's not that you can't start to learn the language in the house. So my 8-year-old, who is now 32 and is a therapist, he learned all these spots and tools that we have. Yeah, thank you, Fran. I'll announce that too. They're all the tools, on one side it says what it is, and on the back it says what the interpretation is. So people hope to be exceptional and fear they are less than average. And so it says, wanting to be outstanding may come with fear of failure. Relax and do the best you can, and then endorse. So you get 60 of these, and they're on our store as well. But I always call this mental health, and as Fran reminded us, mental health maintenance. It's kind of like extra insurance to stay well, to stay calm. And if the house is calm, the kids are calm, believe it or not. And so my 8-year-old knew the language way before my older son did. And we learned that that by using calming words, Dr. Lowe was a linguist, and he believed that to take the anger out of the situation, that we learn to talk in a calm and cultured way. And that's how the house stays calm. Because I will give this little and then we can wrap. My reaction to spilling milk or somebody getting into a car accident was the same. And we learned to really learn, Tori, what really is a triviality and what really is an emergency. And so when we learn that, your life kind of shifts, and it's really a wonderful way to be calm and cultured. So I hope that answered your questions. And if you have more questions, you're more than welcome to email either Angela or I, and we'll be back to you. I promise you, we will.
And I do see a hand up. Judy, I see your hand up. I don't know if that's from a recent one or if that was from a different time.
I think that's been up for a while.
Okay.
Okay, Judy.
But
Go
Judy,
ahead,
if you have a question, please feel free to put it in chat. Yeah, it came down.
Okay.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Angela and Lisa. I love these interactive workshops and for all your passion and for all you do. I hope you can stay for the rest of the workshop. It's been great having you guys here today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Be sure to get all their information out as well with our follow-up so that you guys will have it as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Tori. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Double
you.
endorse, as Lisa
Double
says.
endorse, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Thank you.
Okay.
All righty. So we're going to take just a moment and transfer into our next and final workshop. So I'm glad you guys were able to stay with us throughout the conference today. I'm going to bring our next presenter in. Let's see, so it should just take just a second here.
If I leave, does that mean I leave from the conference? No.
No, I'm going to put you in attendee mode now.
Okay. Thank you for your help.
Oh, thank you. All righty, we're going to bring Nikki in. So we get to move into our youth action board, and there she is. Hey there, Nikki.
That for a very long time. I was like, when is it?
I love it. I absolutely love it. Okay, well, thank you so much for your patience while I got you in here. So yeah, let's do this. I'm going to hand the floor right over to Nikki, and yeah, enjoy, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you everyone for attending. It's so exciting seeing people wanting to get involved with the community and with mental health and illness in general. So I am Nikki. I was the founder and previous CEO of a youth mental health and suicide prevention nonprofit called Green Ribbon Club. We were a nonprofit for about 6-7 years. And I'm excited to share how that kind of started and about my story that kind of fuels into a workshop that I would love for all of us to do called Advocating for Yourself and Others. This especially, it's for everyone, but also I really gear this towards other youth because I actually started this nonprofit when I was 19 after my freshman year at Harvard. And it's very special to me to see other young people get involved and really try to make a change in their community, whether it's at the school, the local level, or the national level. So while Green Ribbon Club is no longer in operation, and the reason why I'm here speaking today is because we were very honored to have a couple of meetings with NAMI California, and we ended up giving the rest of our proceeds, which was upwards of like $30,000 to NAMI California and share our club program. So what Green Ribbon Club did is had a club program across the country at high school and middle school levels. And that I know is what NAMI California is doing within the state. And they're hoping to maybe go further than that with the rest of the country as well. So we shared our club program with NAMI, and that's what I'd like to talk a little bit about today. It is a 22-week-long program where the first semester is focusing on stopping the stigma surrounding mental health and illness. So just general education, how to find help, how to recognize signs in your friends, how to be your own advocate. But then the second half is what the workshop we're going to be doing today is about, which is advocating in the community and learning how, if you see something wrong, how you can actually stand up and make a difference. Because I know as a younger person myself, I had been told many a times, like, this is just how it is. And I realized, no, I can do the research and I can figure it out and we can make a change because we need to help each other out and create a conducive environment for everyone. So I'll start with a little bit of just my personal story. I'm going to be open and honest because I know that this is a loving community and we all support each other. So my freshman year of college, I unfortunately developed depression and anxiety, which then turned into an 8-day stay at a psychiatric hospital, which I don't know why there's so much stigma around it. I loved my stay. I had ice cream every night and I came out of it feeling a lot better, but still was suffering from depression and anxiety. And something that I realized after I took the first semester off of my sophomore year was that there were several policies at the school that I didn't find very helpful. And I also found that no one else was talking about it. When I was at the hospital, I found out that I was one of like 50 students who had been in there that year alone, and I had heard nothing. So I did this giant post saying like, this is where I've been, like, thank you to all my friends who, actually, that's a pretty cute story. They knew I wasn't okay because I walked past 3 dogs and didn't stop to pet them. So that is a great way to advocate on a personal level for your friends, is knowing them to the core and how much of a dog lover I am. And the fact that I didn't stop to pet any dogs was a clear sign that I was in need of dire help. But anyway, so I did that big post and I realized something needs to change. So that's why I started the Green Ribbon Club. And today we're going to be essentially taking, that would be a red flag for me too, Nikki. Yep. You know, I have a service dog now. So that really is a personality trait of mine, I guess you could say. So today, what I'd like to do for our workshop is to zero in on one of the advocacy weeks of the club program. So this was, as I said, inspired by the policies that I felt did not help me with my mental health and illness, and instead was detrimental. So what we're going to do today that I would love for if everyone could participate is to workshop, like, let's say 5 tangible policy changes. And then I will talk to you guys about how we can advocate for these decisions with a decision maker, like an administration at a school, or all the way up to Congress people for the national level. So ways to advocate for yourself and others. It can be petitions, writing letters to congressional people, op-eds, volunteering in the community, and speaking directly to decision makers, which is what we're going to be workshopping. So to help kick us off, I would like to share my screen so that we can see what we're working off of. 1 second, please hold. So, potential policies. I know that there's several different people in this group. So if you want to focus on the school levels because you're involved in a school or you're a student, if you want to focus on the local level or national level. So to start us off, I figured I would give an example of a national level policy change, which is having therapists and other mental health professionals state their pronouns so that it is welcoming to the community as a whole. Let me unshare my screen now so that I can see you guys. Stop share. Okay. Let's see here. So, here, I'm going to give you guys some more time to think and to type out into the chat or raise your hand if you want to talk. I know that I have been given permission to possibly allow to talk. So if you raise the little hand, I can see you in the chat button and click allow to talk. But while you're thinking of stuff, something that I did a lot of research on while I was at Harvard is, I call it like the 4-step plan to making policy changes. First, let's hear from Diane Fisher, and then I will tell you those 4 steps. Hi, Diane.
Hello, excuse me, hello. I would really like to see the school districts, nationally, I would like to see the school districts be required to come up with a program like in elementary schools to be able to see some indicators of mental health starting that young, because some people have this theory that some mental health symptoms do not start until they're older, that a lot of the symptoms are just part of their age group, and that's not necessarily true.
I completely agree with that. I'm something that, sorry, I'm just gonna go like that. Okay, something that I found really hard, like how you were saying, is we had started with college and high school clubs because that's the only ones that were like allowed to talk about it. And it was actually, so I toured the country giving speeches at different schools, and it was at a middle school that a 6th grader came up to me and handed me his suicide note saying that he no longer felt alone and he was ready to get help. So, I mean, you can look at the scientific evidence that it starts younger, and you can look at the first person accounts that like kids are struggling at a young age, and just how you were saying, the indicators at a young age. So I completely agree. And so that's an example of one of the policies that I think and fully support. So to go into what I was saying about the 4 steps to actually be heard by a decision maker and then to make a change is, 1, to recognize that we can only hope that policymakers are attempting to do what's best. So it's always important to know why a certain policy has been put in place. So for example, what you said, why did they make this so we have not had any club programs at the elementary school level? And you got to get in the mind of the other person. It could be, we're trying to not put ideas in the kids' heads. We are trying not to make more stigma. Whatever it is, brainstorm and think why they put that policy in the first hand. Then comes in research. And that can be like how you said, the first account or actual scientific research, and show XYZ as to why that policy that is put in place is not working and why there needs to be a change. And then I have to be honest, at least with the people that I have interacted with, a lot of administrators there's a lot of red tape, and it's really hard for them to then make a change. So to make it easier on them and to bypass a lot of the stuff and to make your voice be heard, I always recommend writing out the policy change and how it would go about. So if it's like how, I'm so sorry, I think it was Jillian, whoever it was that spoke, I'm so sorry, I forgot your name. How can you implement it into the elementary school system? How can you do the work for them, essentially? So I would love to hear from someone. An example requires Diane, yes, requiring school districts. So I would love to hear from someone, if you could raise your hand, of those steps of what is a current policy that is in place, whether it's at school, national, or local level. Why you think that person put it, why you think that was a policy that was made, how you think it should be changed, and what it should be changed to, how it could be implemented. I understand that's a lot to ask for, so I can either stay silent and let you guys think, or I can give my own example as a way for you guys to follow along. Which would you guys like? Let's get put in the chat the number 1 if you want time to think, or put in the chat number 2 if you want me to give an example. Okay, Q&A. All right, I'm going to make the executive decision for you all then, and I will show you one of the, well, I'll talk to you about one of the policies. So, and also, as I had mentioned earlier, the ways in which after we're done workshopping these ideas, the ways in which we can make those changes is through petitions, through writing an op-ed, through writing official letters to Congress people. And this is what NAMI California is going to be doing with their high school and I think college programs, is teaching you guys how to have the tools to advocate for yourself and others, how to brainstorm and think of these policy changes and then see it in real time be changed. So for example, a group of students at Harvard, we made a list of 13 policies of demands to the college to help the other students out. These ranged from something that would be extremely hard to change because of money, because of red tape, which was covering students with Harvard health insurance during forced medical leaves. Or it could be something as easy as increasing communication between the student on leave and the school. So having a student advocate attached to anyone who's having to take a mental health leave of absence. All right, guys, this is a workshop. I would love to see some participation, maybe even from my fellow panelists. Help me out here. And I will be writing it along so that I can send it over to our lovely hosts, and maybe they can implement the policies we think of into the club program. Diane says that she would like a policy telling elementary school teachers to recognize that the child felt that no one cared. Okay, so Diane, what I would love, I can also put you off on mute so you can talk if you'd like, whichever is easiest for you, whether it's typing in the chat or not, of brainstorming a way of how to implement that, because we have to think the decision makers, the reason why these aren't policies yet is because they're stagnant in what they already have done and they think what they're doing is good. So think about, from their point of view, how can we implement that? We can tell the stories like how you said about that kid running into the street. You could also go into the research aspect of it all. Angela says a school policy so all teachers and counselors can go through youth mental health first aid training. I have that on my list too. Yes, so see, that is a fantastic idea. Kelsey O'Brien, may you explain again what we should try to do here? I believe I may have missed the full activity instruction. Yes, so overall, the activity we're trying to do right now is to collectively write 5 tangible policy changes, whether that's at the national, local, or school level. So we already have 2. One is starting to talk about a policy where elementary school teachers start talking about mental health and illness at that young age, indicators, ways to recognize. Angela gave us a second one, which is a school policy so all teachers and counselors go through youth mental health first aid training. So that is an example. Angela, if you would like to speak, I know one thing that I can say is some pushback you might get is that's a lot of money to have to pay for people's first aid training. That's a lot of time. You have to require a lot of people to dedicate their time to it. So it's important to recognize why they aren't doing it, to then say, you know what, we need to advocate for this change, X, Y, Z. And then I see Angela say a social emotional learning curriculum that gives students with some actual coping skills, whether CBT or otherwise, so they have something to use right away. I think that's fantastic. I mean, think about health courses. When you are teaching someone, a 7th grader, for example, about human biology and puberty and growing up, why not just stick a mental health course in there, right?
Just put it in there.
And then I see Eve Summers. Most schools are so focused on test scores and curriculum that teachers don't have much chance to just chat to kids one-on-one. If they just backed off on curriculum, especially with Common Core, the teachers would relax more. At lunch, kids usually eat alone with their class with no close adult supervision. Even just having adults sitting with the kids would make a big difference. Many of our children do not get much attention at home. They need mentors. What do you think about Big Brothers, Big Sister type programs? I mean, personally, also, I just want to clarify, I don't have a PhD. I know that many other people on this panel have many more qualifications than I do, but I will give my opinion since you have asked for it. And I feel like I have made a lot of changes at a lot of different levels. So in my opinion, yes, I think a big brother, big sister type program, but also even a peer-to-peer program. Yes, they might not be able to help with giving that like adult supervision type of thing, or but the thing with a peer-to-peer is no one would feel alone and everyone would feel like they have someone in their corner. Angela, I know that you have been kindly waiting to say something, so I'd love. No,
I can't even remember what I was going to talk about, but oh, the mental health or the youth mental health first aid program. Yes, it has a cost, but at a national level, you could allow all teachers and counselors to take that, provide, funding figured out. I mean, we fund lots of other things. This is pretty darn important. So that's where I was coming from. I don't think people are really in tune to recognize some of those signs, and that training really helps do that.
So Angela, do you mind if I use you as an example right now?
Sure.
So we're going to have like a mock what a NAMI of California school club would do. So we would bring up that policy, and now we're going to brainstorm. Why do you think they haven't implemented that policy yet?
Either lack of knowledge or cost, or because the teachers are already so overwhelmed with, additional trainings they have to do. I mean, there's Teacher Institute days constantly. They could take one of those Teacher Institute days and just dedicate it to youth mental health first aid training. So
right there.
Right. Like right there. You
Yes.
got a day, just use the day. It doesn't have to be on the new math curriculum that we've changed now for the third time in the last 4 years. Right. So I think it's a matter of putting that at the forefront and really having, I think, the school counselors be advocates for these things too, because there's not enough school counselors. So I think it's a matter of facilitating through what are some of the barriers? What are some of those obstacles?
So that exactly is what this workshop is all about advocating for yourself and others. This is the type of conversations that we should be having, because you just thought of an answer. Make it one of those days that they're already taking off for internal changes. So these are the types of things, as you said, they're busy, it's cost. Let's present these changes already made and say, this is on a platter for you. We thought of the consequences. We thought of the pros. This is for you. Let me address what's in the chat real quick. Diane, certain behaviors such as hitting, biting, etc., should be addressed by school psychologists or other clinicians rather than suspended, etc., or have a separate group that is led by a licensed clinician. Suggest which programs can be substituted with this refunding. And then don't think it is addressed enough because there are too many students from unhealthy home situations, too many for one teacher to address. And yes, so that's another thing. And see, this is what I love about what's already been happening is you guys are all already thinking about why hasn't this been implemented yet? What can we directly address as to why this needs to be changed and how we can go about it to make that change? Kelsey O'Brien says, putting emphasis on extra mental health support for kids that come from unique home environments, such as foster children or children in broken homes or living in poverty, incorporating weekly meetings with the counselors at the schools with these more at-risk students. So let's workshop that one, for example, because I think that one is extremely important and something not people don't really think about, I guess. I mean, for example, one of the policies at Harvard, when you present symptoms of suicidality or something, they say you have to take a leave and you have to move home. But what if at home is where your mental health issues stem from? What if it's from a broken home or living in poverty or foster children who are then being forced to leave the safety of their university, of their school, of their friends and their newfound life and having to go back to get better. So that is a great example. I'm going to put that on the list of potential policies. So Kelsey, if you want to put in the chat or if you want me to unmute you, raise your hand, because I would love for you to participate on how best do you think it would be to advocate for that? Do you think it's a petition? Do you think it's writing a letter to a school board and starting small at a single school and then going to a district and then going to a county and bigger? What do you think would be the best way to go about that? Or is it just from getting research on how mental health is worse in communities, or mental health issues appear younger with kids from broken homes, and be able to present that as research? Or is it those ASPCA commercials where it's like, in the eyes of the angels, and everyone starts crying? It's like, you're right, we do need a help. What do you think, Kelsey, would be the best way to go about bringing that change? I'd say some kind of petition could go a long way. Diane says, having a staff person communicate, follow up with family when these situations arise. I think so. Something that we as adults tend to oversee, that I have figured out a lot from conversations with these kids and these students, is that they are a lot more likely to listen to people closer to their age than to the adults. So I think going back to that big brother, big sister program that Eve mentioned is a great idea of how to have an intermediate to then bring it to another person. So having a peer-to-peer advocate recognize, you know what, something has changed in my friend's living situation. Let me be in the room with this person as a friend, as an advocate, and bring them into a room with a counselor to talk about this. Mm-hmm. Lisa, I saw you were raising your hand.
Yeah, and I don't think we have to wait till college. You know, I think that's something that's really important. We wait till that first break happens, which is what we know as in the statistics. Why not start like it's part of the curriculum in kindergarten, where the kid doesn't sit in a circle, or, you know, which I know that sounds silly, but there's something going on where we notice where somebody can't sit still, or something, you know, they're crying a lot, or they're being pushing a lot, or they're biting. That if we start the child for children, and then kind of, then in fourth grade we do this, and then, you know, and then middle school we do something. I think that would be good to, like, that by the time they get to going away to college, they have resources and they know that this might happen, because we have so much stigma about being afraid to even talk about it, about, you know, that child may have been suspended from many schools, and we don't say, oh, could it possibly be, hello, mental health, something's going on in the home. We kind of just change the school and go on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Diane says, look into whether it's developmental or emotional and mental.
Right, and exactly.
Yes, exactly. I think that brings up two huge things that we should be advocating for, because I feel like a lot of progress can be made in prevention rather than intervention. Usually people have been waiting until, like you said, college, that first break, and being like, okay, now we can help you out. Whereas it would be wonderful if you can start from the very beginning and intercept before it gets that way. And then on that topic, though, what we have also been seeing a lot of is people saying, we do talk about mental health, we do care about mental health, when it's mainly focused on, and I want to clarify, this is very important as well, but a lot of the clubs that are at schools, whether it be elementary school to college, are focused on mental wellness and like here's a stress ball for during finals. Let's have a
Right.
petting zoo. Let's do this. Where it's focused on mental wellness when we need to also be talking about mental illness. It's easier and more frequently talked about. It's okay to be sad and stressed, but you'll get over it. And not talking to people without a filter and stopping the stigma and saying, you might experience bipolar, borderline personality disorder, depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation. These are conversations that need to be had because they're already happening in these kids' heads and they just don't understand it. So that's where the club program that I mentioned at the very beginning that NAMI is going to be doing is that first half is about education and stopping the stigma. So how great would that be to implement that at elementary schools and at least get the conversation started? So then you can do the second half of the program, which is advocating. And that's how the Big Brother, Big Sister program, peer-to-peer advocacy, and then advocating at a larger level and recognizing this candidate is trying to not do this. So I'm going to write a letter to my congressman, that kind of thing. And Diane says, also young kids are diagnosed ADHD and then a year later diagnosed with depression or bipolar.
I was going to say one more thing is that, you know, when we have the PTA meeting, you know, when the kids, we fill out those little cards and they invite the parents to come in for PTA, maybe we could start there as well.
Exactly. So
you know,
see, this is the kind of thing, having this kind of conversation, you think of those ideas. And the other important thing I would like to mention is, and yes, so we have 5 minutes and I'm going to wrap it up on this fact, is we've had a great workshop of talking about different issues, different policies that could help and how to implement them. And now the task that I want you guys to bring home to your communities is follow through. So use one of the things we talked about, whether it's a petition, whether it's a letter, an op-ed, a town hall meeting, an arts program where it's people are painting and sculpting how they feel, and then that inspires change to come about. Whatever it is, take what we've talked about today and don't just leave it in this meeting. Take it to your communities, figure out a way to advocate for yourself and others, and continue to making your community a better place for mental health and illness. Thank you, everyone, for participating. Are there any questions in the 2 minutes we have? And if there are no other questions, I would just like to say, attending this conference is already the start. You guys have started to talk about it, to think about policies and changes, and to make a difference. Yes, Angela, endorse. Thanks, guys.
Hello, sorry, 1 second.
Oh, I love, if I can just read what Eve just said. Our kids are our future. They are all children, and they are all our children. And you know what, guys? Children can make a difference too. It's all of our issues and all of our tasks to make change. And while we wait for Sophia, if anyone would like to meet my service dog, Tiki, come here. She is the reason why I was able to graduate. Come here, up, yeah, all the way.
We love dogs around here.
This is Tiki. She has several different tasks, including for physical illnesses as well as mental. She knows how to interrupt self-harming behaviors, how to do deep pressure therapy and alert for panic attacks. She is a very good girl.
Thank you so much, Nikki. It was a pleasure to have you. And thank you for all you've done and everything that you've passed on to NAMI California and our NCHS clubs. It's great partnering with you. And again, a thank you to all of our partners today, our presenters. It's been a wonderful conference, and thank you to all the youth that came here today on your Saturday. NAMI California will be sending out at the end of the next week some information on today's conference. You can go to namica.org and you'll be able to also see the video there as well. Please share it wide for anyone that wasn't able to come today. Also, we have a evaluation at the end, just so we can ask you about our conference and what our successes were and what opportunities we have and what kind of things that you guys would like to see for next year. So Kimberly, she put our, thank you, Kim. She put our evaluation link right here in the chat. If you could take a moment and click that. And if for any reason you're not able to open it, when we send out the final recap of today's event, we'll also send you the eval link as well. Thank you, everyone. We hope you enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Goodbye. Thank you.